Good afternoon. Welcome to the Lethbridge City Council meeting for Tuesday, May the 18th. And we'll start with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. We'll now move on to bouquets. Councillor Miyashiro.
Hi, Mayor Spearman. Thank you very much. I have one. So today I received this button. I'm not sure if you can see this. It says, have my COVID shot, have you? So some of you might know Al Barnhill. He's a retired professor at the University of Lethbridge and a old-timers hockey player. Al recently had a stroke, but he still is passionate about the fact that he'd like to see more people get vaccinated, and he wants to do it in a positive way, not a shaming and belittling kind of way. So Al actually, at his own cost, went out and purchased a whole bunch of these buttons, and he's going to distribute them across the city. And just a shout out to Al for his dedication to this. And if you see him at the exhibition grounds or around the city, please get one of the buttons from him and support what he's trying to do.
Very good. Wonderful citizen initiative. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
I have nothing this time, Your Worship.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think I mentioned this at a meeting several months back, but it's making news again recently. YAC, our Youth Advisory Council, has put forward a challenge, I guess it is, to get people to wear masks as well as shop and support local. I know that Josh Croker, one of our Youth Advisory Council members, spearheaded it. I just want to encourage everyone again to wear your masks and support our local business community. And a big shout out to Yak and Josh for the work they're doing to put this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Nothing, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Morrow.
Nothing.
Okay. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Today, May 18th, is International Museums Day. So it seems apropos to point out two of the city employees at the museum who have quite impressive things happening right now. The first is Kevin McLean and the collection staff and volunteers who actually won a national award. It is the Canadian Museums Association Award of Outstanding Achievements for Stewardship of Collection. And if you ever speak with Kevin McLean, you'll have an understanding of the work that that department does to collect the stories behind objects in their care. It's absolutely phenomenal. The other thing that the Galt Museum, Brad Brown, is retiring as the exhibit designer after almost 40 years at the museum. So I just wanted to put a bouquet out to both of them for the work they have done and do at the museum. The other thing is such a huge bouquet to everyone involved with online learning this last week and for the next couple of weeks. The children who are having to do online learning, the parents, the teachers, the educational assistants, everyone. I know, speaking with many members of the community, it has added an extra challenge. And just, you know, thank you all for doing that as part of what we need to do to get through the pandemic. And thank you for everybody. So that's my bouquets for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Nothing this time, Mayor Spearman. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add on to what Councillor Acting Mayor Croson was saying. Hats off to all the parents and the teachers and all the students that are doing their best on the online. I'm also encouraged that our numbers in Lethbridge are coming down almost daily, which is a great sign. And I just ask that the community keep on being diligent and follow the protocols of Alberta Health Services, and hopefully we'll have more good news in the days to come. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, the active cases, that is good news. The Challenges are the numbers of people in hospital and the number of people in ICUs. And certainly last week was, I think, National Nurses Week. I'd like to certainly thank our nurses and our medical staffs for the important work that they're doing. I know that they're tired, they're getting reinforcements across the province, but basically burnout is an issue, and they've been doing great work. I do commend everyone who gets a vaccination. The way out of this, as we've seen, is if more and more people get vaccinated, it's going to make a huge difference. So we can't give up now, even though the numbers in active cases are going down. The biggest problem are the variants. And the variants are affecting all age groups, but not necessarily older, interestingly. It's people who are out and about in the community who are catching the variants. They're more likely to be going into hospital, and unfortunately, some will go to ICU. So it's important to get vaccinated and make sure that you take your shot. I know that there's going to be openings more so next week than this week, but we have the capacity to vaccinate more. And I hope that citizens of Lethbridge and surrounding areas will get their shots and will help protect each other and will help get our businesses open sooner and our lives back to normal sooner. So please participate in that, and let's all work together to keep our community safe. Thank you. And a big bouquet to everyone who's contributing to good public health throughout this pandemic. Thank you. With that, we can move on to the consent agenda. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Campbell. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of City Council held on Tuesday, May the 4th, be approved, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for May the 18th, 2021. And further be it resolved that City Council give first reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 6262, amendments to the Development Fees and Charges Bylaw 5197, and the City of Lethbridge Safety Codes Permit Bylaw 6110. And Bylaw 6277, amendment to Bylaw 5798, the West Lethbridge Employment Centre Area Structure Plan. And further be it resolved that City Council schedule a public hearing for Tuesday, June 15th, 2021 at 4 p.m. for Bylaw 6277. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll open this up to my colleagues if they have any questions.
I see none.
I will call for the vote.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. I now have a resolution from Acting Mayor Crowson, adoption of the agenda. Motion is that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on May 18th, 2021 be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. City Clerk, are there any amendments?
Yes, Mayor Spearman, there are two additions to the agenda. The first is an official business resolution from Acting Mayor Crowson. That will be item 6.2. It's entitled Support for 988 Crisis Line, a national 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline, urgent business. And the second one is a procurement matter, in camera verbal, and that would be 10.3. Thank you.
Okay. So the resolution will now say that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on May the 18th be adopted as amended, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. Deputy Mayor, Acting Mayor Crowson.
Just before I do the motion, just a reminder, maybe after we do the agenda, we should do the roll call.
Okay,
I think we skipped that part. Unless there are any questions about the amended agenda, I will call the question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. And we will now do the roll call.
You. Councillor Kaufman,
Present.
Councillor Higgin,
Present.
Councillor Morrow,
Yeah.
Councillor Miyashiro,
Here.
Councillor Parker,
Present.
Acting Mayor Croson,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Campbell,
Present.
Mayor Spearman,
Present.
and Councillor Carlson.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's no presentations today. We'll go to 5.1, which is a submission. Okay, the mover is myself. The seconder is Councillor Carlson. (2022 to 2031) Capital Improvement Program, CIP, recommendations from Economic Standing Policy Committee. Be it resolved that City Council adopt the recommendations of the May 10th to 14th, 2021 Economic Standing Policy Committee as provided in attachment 2, and that is the resolution. Attachment 2 was provided to Council on May the 17th. Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I did send an email earlier to yourself and City Clerk. I had an amendment I was going to bring forward. How are we going to deal with amendments if they come forward?
If the city clerk has them, they can be posted on the screen and we can debate them as council.
Thank you. I sent a very poorly worded one, Your Worship. Perhaps I'll make it verbally and see if there's anyone willing to second it. Would that be appropriate?
Go ahead and we'll try to put it on the screen.
Okay.
We just
Thank
received
you.
it, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was basically just to amend E7 and replacing the funding line with grants instead of a borrowing.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Okay,
Miyashiro.
seconded, moved by Councillor Carlson, seconded by Councillor Miyashiro.
And perhaps, if I can, Your Worship, just through you to City Manager or City Treasurer, does my wording make sense? I believe you understand what I'm trying to do. Just wondering if that is the appropriate wording.
Mayor
Ms. Pinkston, I would defer to you there, please.
Absolutely, Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson. I think just to clarify, this was intended to allocate a portion of the unrestricted funding. So in Section D. So I think it's fine as it is. I just wanted to ensure that that was your intention of the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Pinkston. That is the intention. If the wording works, or I can change it to unrestricted funding.
It might be helpful just to clarify unrestricted grant funding.
Okay, thank you.
And the amount, what's the total dollar value, just so the public knows?
$10,629,000.
Okay, so that would reduce the amount that council had left unrestricted and committed to this capital budget. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carlson, do you want to speak to your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. The purpose behind this is we did, as we finished the week last week, we did have a significant amount, which I think is prudent, in our unrestricted grant funding left in place. As I reviewed the CIP in totality over the weekend, E7 popped out at me as one that we are using, or was proposed to be from a borrowing, which would then be paid back through utility fees. Traditionally, we do not use unrestricted grant funding for utilities. We do try and keep them separate so that the utility customers pay the appropriate amounts. This one stuck out at me as being slightly different. It is completely focused on residents, citizens, businesses, homeowners in our community to provide this service to. So the funds wouldn't be going to help out other communities or folks from outside our community. So I thought it was appropriate that we could use the unrestricted funding, thereby reducing the borrowing and thereby reducing the cost, overall cost of this service to our citizens. I believe, and I did have some discussion with our city treasurer. I believe that the original amount was, and Ms. Pinkston, please correct me if I'm wrong, the original amount that was proposed as an increase to the home utility or residential utility customers was about $7 per month. Yeah, and $6 in some cases for the multifamily, if memory serves. By going this route, it will reduce that overall cost by about $2 per resident per month, or sorry, $2 per residence per month to $5 and $4 for the multifamily. I believe I've spoken those numbers correctly, Ms. Pinkston, but you may correct me where I've erred. And so that's my rationale, Your Worship.
Thank you. Was that a question to Ms. Pinkston to confirm?
Only if I've spoken incorrectly, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions from members of council? Any questions from members of council? I see.
Is it
none.
name that tune?
Yeah. So there are no questions. Any debate on the amendment? Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll support Councillor Carlson's amendment. I believe what this does, it meets the need for us to move ahead with this project, as well as to reduce the ongoing impact on our residents in Lethbridge. People were expressing concern about the ongoing fee. This lowers the fee by a few dollars a month, and we still get the facility built. So ongoing, I think this is a really prudent way to proceed. I will support this.
Okay, any further debate? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do appreciate Councillor Miyashiro's comment and seconding this. I do think, without reopening the debate on organics, we did that last week. I do think it's important that we proceed to divert organics as much as possible from our landfill. It's good economically. It helps us achieve our targets on greenhouse gases and our climate targets. So I think that's very important. However, as Councillor Miyashiro said, the largest concerns that have been expressed to me about this program is the monthly cost. And so when we did have some dollars left in our unrestricted grant funding, I'm looking for that opportunity to try and help out our residents by reducing the overall cost to each of them on this program. And so that's why I brought this forward for council's discussion. I'd appreciate my colleagues' support.
Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote on the amendment.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor?
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
That carries 6-3.
Thank you. I have another amendment moved by Councillor Miyashiro and seconded by Acting Mayor Crowson. It is funding for supported housing. Whereas all of society suffers when there is not an adequate supply of safe, appropriate, and affordable housing, when individuals and families spend more than 30% of their income on housing, this means less money for food, education, healthcare, recreation, culture, etc. Ultimately, this leads to higher degrees of stress, frustration, hopelessness, creating a downward spiral of human suffering and an increase in public costs. Without adequate housing, the entire community suffers. And whereas the Community Wellbeing and Safety Strategy, CWSS, has been identified as a top priority for the City of Lethbridge and key to achieving community well-being and safety is an adequate supply of safe, appropriate, and affordable housing. And whereas the Municipal Housing Strategy, MHS, has identified a need for approximately 4,800 safe, appropriate, and affordable housing units, and both the MHS, Municipal Housing Strategy, and the Community Wellbeing and Safety Strategy have identified the most critical housing gap is supported housing units for high acuity homeless clients. And whereas significant capital funding will be required to achieve the established housing targets, the majority of available capital funding is available through the Government of Canada's National Housing Strategy, of which a foundational principle is co-investment from key stakeholders, including the City of Lethbridge. Therefore, be it resolved that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program by allocating $5 million from available funding sources from the Capital Improvement Program to increase the supply of safe, appropriate, and affordable housing in Lethbridge. And further be it resolved that administration develop a capital grant allocation policy defining how the capital funding is to be allocated. This policy may be a new policy or a revision of the current Affordable Social Housing Capital Grant Policy, CC 49. This policy must be approved by City Council. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and for Council's knowledge as well with this resolution. I did work with administration for some of the wording as well as where the need was. At the end of CIP the other day, I heard Councillor Crowson make a comment that it's really interesting we approved all this, but we didn't approve anything for housing, and that just got the wheels turning in that. We do have a municipal housing strategy, which we work very hard on, and we came up with a very good strategy. We just finished the community wellness and safety strategy, which ties into the municipal housing strategy. What this amendment aims to do is create the funding pot for social housing, but also to maybe start a process where other funders can say, hey, maybe we can leverage some of this dollars if we all put a little bit in. Maybe we can work together and use this as seed money for other social housing projects. We know that if we can find people housing and the appropriate supports, it makes a huge difference to their lives and can help them get ahead. I'm open for questions.
Okay, questions? I see none. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Miyashiro, Councillor Crowson, for the work on this. I think we all heard the closing comments by Councillor Croson and felt them deeply. So I appreciate the speedy turnaround on this. My question is, how quickly can we get a policy or the revision to the policy in place, do you think?
Well, I think we'd have to take a look at it, take it to Standing Policy Committee and make a recommendation to council. It can happen as soon as we can get that. We have to review it first, I think. The proper procedure would be to review it at the Standing Policy Committee for social cultural, and then bring it back to council and say, this is our recommendation for a change in policy. I think it's fairly close, but we'd have to look at some of the terminology and wording, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I saw Mr. Dalton pop in, and I realize that we can do a stream at Policy Committee, Standing Policy Committee. Mr. Dalton, do you have staff that could sort of do a parallel stream to sort of look at this and bring some recommendations speedily?
Yes, absolutely. We have the team that could look at this, and we could do it as speedily as possible. The only thing I'd raise with council is that it's the same folks that are getting the CWSS task force up and running and implementing the two community working groups. But that said, this is something that is in their wheelhouse, and if so directed, we would get to work on this.
Great.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Second question, Your Worship, through you to perhaps City Manager, City Treasurer. A lot of our grant funding dollars have timelines of when they need to be expended. I've been around the table long enough to know that we've tried keeping housing dollars available for matching funds and other groups to come forward with. Are there any concerns with sequestering $5 million that, if it's not accessed quickly, may have to be used for other projects? Is that a concern at all?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, we would just, when we, once the CIP is approved by City Council and we go away and do the funding exercise to make everything work in terms of timing and matching and those sorts of things, we would just flag that one as one to consider that we should probably use a more flexible funding source if that's the concern of council in terms of it might take some time to allocate those dollars. And then the other option is if there's not kind of sufficient non-flexible dollars, then we can apply a grant and then redistribute between the approved window if things need to be kind of moved around. So that's just typically why we share it as available funding, so that we kind of have that flexibility if the need should arise.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, are there any further questions? Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for so I understand, the $5 million, does that goes on to what we already have, or does that $5 million need to stay as its own entity? I mean, or are we kind of topping up what's available, and if so, how much is available? If I make sense on that question.
Right. So I think the thought on that, Councillor Campbell, is to have it a separate pot available for how we need to use it for housing. So related to what Councillor Carlson just said about using it for different things, there is a national funding right now for innovative projects, but it's only up to $600,000. So what if we had a project that would cost 1.5 million, let's say? Perhaps this fund can be used to top that up. If we could get the money from the federal government and use some of this money to make a better project, certainly that's what the intent of this money is for as well.
Very good. And I mean, is there? Sorry, do we have a fund currently that we can tap into?
The social housing
Right.
fund, and city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, there's not very much in it right now.
No, I was wondering. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say through the chair, it's Mike Fox here. Yeah, the fundings are very limited, and there isn't much in there. Most come from provincial and federal dollars already. I believe the last I saw there was about 60,000 in there, which was just
Okay, great, thank you.
Could buy a tiny home.
City Treasurer?
Just to reference for City Council, in the unaudited, there's the housing fund, which is funded from subdivision surplus as well as taxation, and it shows the available and then the committed in terms of some of those projects in Section D of the unaudited. The majority of it is committed at this point in time. Just looking for clarification on the resolution, Councillor Miyashiro, just to confirm that the $5 million you're proposing is to come from the unallocated available Section D funding. Is that the intention?
That's the intention.
Yeah, that's the intention. And certainly if we need to look at the social housing fund and the sources for that one, perhaps a tie into this as well. But the intention for this one is to piece out that $5 million for this purpose.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Miyashiro.
I'll close, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for bringing this forward. I'll wholeheartedly support this, as it pretty much says in the resolution. This is a real need in the city. We've got some available funding. Let's get it moved. And with the federal government looking to help out on housing, this is a perfect opportunity. So I will support the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
See nothing to add after that debate, Your Worship, just to add my support. And thanks.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Miyashiro, for bringing this forward. Honestly, I'm looking at this through a different set of eyes. I guess eyes of someone that's been sitting on Lethbridge Housing for 8 years and 6 years as chair, and also as part of the municipal housing strategy, one of the councillors on that. I talk all the time about a plan. We just never have a plan. We just throw money and then we'll develop a plan after. It's so frustrating. We came up with a CWSS, fantastic group, and now we've come up with these task forces. So now these task forces are going to have working groups. In those working groups are going to have those that deal with housing, those that deal with social issues, those that deal with any of the other issues that we're dealing with throughout the community when it comes to CWSS. I'm shocked to hear what we're talking here. We know we've got money here, so we had 30 million left over. Oh, let's throw it here, let's throw it there. We're going to look really good if we do that, but we don't have a plan. We do this far too often. And you know what? It's when we give it to these working groups, the CWS task force working groups, they'll come back with a plan that might be, you know what? Maybe we should set this to the experts in the field, whether it be Lethbridge Housing or another Aboriginal housing or whatever that may be. They'll come up with that. Right now, as council, we seem to be always the experts on this, and we want to just throw money because we look good. My goodness, guys, come on. What are we doing here? We've got $5 million we're putting in, and we don't have a plan. I'm sorry. I would strongly encourage my councillors to not support this time, because we do have the funding going forward. We're putting aside $10 million. So when this plan is done, we may be able to pull from that. So honestly, at this time, absolutely, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Acting Mayor Crowson.
We have spent years developing the housing strategy and the community well-being and safety strategy. We have these strategies, but if you have strategies and you don't have money to actually support them, they simply become plans that sit on a shelf. What we're saying here is we absolutely understand how vital it is that every resident in our community has housing, how vital it is that if we deal with the social issues, we'll deal with the security issues, we'll be dealing with crime issues, we'll be dealing with all of that, because we know that housing is the way that makes that better. And so what we have here is we have strategies, we have money, and this will help both of those move ahead. As Councillor Miyashiro said, he didn't just create this idea out of nothing. He sat with administration who have been working on these strategies and plans for years. This is a way that will help all of this move forward, and I would encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when I listen to the debate, and I think Councillor Hagan does make some very valid points, but I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we have the funds in place. So when we do have a plan or strategy, that we have funds there to help the plan be executed. I think this is a good idea. I think it's the proper use of my funds. And I'm not doing it just because we have the extra funds, but there is a huge need in this community. And this isn't using up all the excess funds. So I think this is a good compromise. And I'm also glad that administration worked with Councillor Miyashiro to find not only a resolution, but a plan and how this money can be spent and possibly leveraging with other levels of government. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Certainly in deference and respect to Councillor Hagan's concerns about not having a plan, I think the second part of the operative clause maybe addresses it more than what we might think. When you start looking at a policy where council actually is in charge of making the decisions as to how those funds are going to be allocated, where they're going to be allocated in regards to housing, we have control. We have the ability to say, no, you know what, the plan's not been flushed out well enough, or this is an awesome plan, or this is something we need to act on right away because provincial or federal funding is available. So while there may seem to be no overall arching strategy, I would certainly argue that the CWSS has been put in place to try to identify those gaps. But ultimately, with the review of the policy and perhaps a new policy coming forward, we are the ones who will have the ultimate say of yes or no, spend this money, here's how you should allocate it, and here's where it should go. And hopefully that can help address any concerns that people in the community may have about just sort of an unwarranted spending of funds. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I too will support the motion. I view it as earmarking funds for housing that's well needed in this city. So rather than letting it sit off to the side, just in one big lump that anyone might apply for, at some point down the road, we are saying that supported housing is important. $5 million looks like a lot of money, but I know there's another supported housing project that the province is trying to put in place where $11 million was publicly announced to provide 42 units. That hasn't started construction yet, but 42 units, and we heard in the resolution the need for all types of housing in the city of Lethbridge is 4,800 units. But the greatest amount that's needed is supported housing. So the 42 units, if and when it's built, will make a small dent in our requirement. If we can have this $5 million as incentive funding, as partner funding, to create additional supported housing units in the city, that will be great. It's not that we have to come up with the plan. We want to partner with organizations who will apply for other sources of funding, who will have come up with plans. So what we're doing is contributing and making sure that the money, that these projects will go ahead using some city resources. We will have skin in the game. So for those reasons, I think it's prudent to earmark $5 million, put it aside for supported housing as suggested in this amendment, and the policy can address that. So I will support the amendment. Councillor Miyashiro to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to my colleagues for their comments and their thoughtfulness about this issue. You know, in my lengthy career as a human service professional, I've worked in 5 different organizations that provided some kind of social housing. And what was really important about that is after the young people left, if it was a care facility, that they went on to some other kind of supported housing, or they went on to some kind of independent living, or they always had a stable place to go to and a stable place to live. And that was the most important thing. I think Councillor Croson touched on it a lot about how housing is so important to the well-being of people. And that's why those two strategies are so closely tied together. There's a reason why in Maslow's hierarchy that basic needs are also always at the bottom, and the biggest part of the triangle is food, shelter, and clothing and safety needs. When you provide housing for people, and this can't be overstated in any way, if you find proper housing for people, an appropriate place to live, it opens a door for so many other things in that person's life. When you don't have to worry about being out in the weather, and you don't have to worry about cold or heat, you don't worry about rain on your head, when you don't have to worry about safety because you have your own place to be, it makes a huge difference to people's lives. I appreciate the support of my colleagues for this initiative. I'm concerned that one of my colleagues who has been so heavily involved in social housing I couldn't convince him of the need for this. But we'll have further talks, I'm sure, after this is over. And on that, I'll call the question.
The question has been called. I'll ask for a roll call vote on the amendment, please.
Mayor Spearman, Councillor Morrow,
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro,
Favor.
Councillor Parker,
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell,
In favor.
Mayor Spearman,
In favor.
Councillor Carlson,
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman,
In favor?
Councillor Hagan,
Opposed.
carries 7-2.
So now we're back to the main amendment, the main motion as amended, the two approved amendments. So as you know, we spent last week debating the initiatives. Attachment 2 lists them all out. And I would encourage council to support the motion with the two amendments.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
During the deliberations, I took a conflict of interest on one of the initiatives, that being E11. Is there any way that that could be voted on separately overall?
Yep, there can be a motion to divide.
I'd love that. If that could be possible, that'd be great, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'll make that motion, Your Worship, to divide. Was it E11?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank
Okay. All right. So that might be a fairly quick one. Motion to divide. So moved by Councillor Carlson, seconded by Councillor Parker to divide motion E11. Is there any questions?
Sorry, I have to find it.
Pardon?
I'm just looking at the description.
Okay.
I believe it was sustainability enhancements. I'm trying to recall.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Thank you. That was 7 days ago. Wow.
I know, I remember the title, but I need to look at it.
Yeah, it starts at the bottom of page 3. Yep. Okay.
Page 3, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So the reason why this is being separated is Councillor Parker would have a conflict of interest, so potentially. So he's asking that that be separated out. So is there any opposition to separating out E11? So I believe that that is unanimous. So we will vote on
Thank you, Mr.
E11 separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, if you're going to vote on that now, I will leave the meeting and then I'll come back after.
Okay,
Thank you.
so let's vote on E11 and then we'll deal with the rest of the motion. So all in favor of E11? Yeah.
Your worship, sorry, just for process, wouldn't it be better to vote on the CIP amendments, then have Councillor Parker excuse himself for a conflict, and then vote to include that in the entirety of the amendments?
We've already voted on 2 amendments.
Oh, okay, nope. I'm good either way. Just it made more sense the opposite way.
Okay. So if we can vote on E11, then it's out of the way. We can invite Councillor Parker back to fully participate in the rest of the meeting. So,
okay.
All in favor of E11? Any opposed?
Hagan.
Yeah, Joe opposed.
Joe, and okay, we can do a roll call.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Carries 6-2.
Okay, thank you. We can now invite Councillor Parker back to the meeting. Okay, Councillor Miyashiro, do you have a conflict with one of the projects?
I think during the discussion of it, it was for that specific one, but if it's included as an entirety as part of this package, I don't believe so. On that one specific one, council's made their decision already on it. I don't have a problem with sitting and deliberating on it as part of the whole package.
Okay, if that issue comes up specifically, we might separate it. Okay, good. Okay, Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Regarding this 5.1, I'd like to put in an amendment
Okay, go ahead.
that we postpone this for 2 weeks.
Okay, postponement motion, is that, can we ask questions about that, City Clerk?
If I can speak
Yes,
to it?
you can debate.
Yeah, you go ahead and speak to it and then there may be questions, yeah.
So it would be everything in attachment 2 minus E11, because that was already passed.
Okay.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So, thank you, Mayor Spearman. We just finished a week of a very long week of deliberation on the CIP. There's throughout the process, we were continually making amendments, make some changes here and there, voting on them, not getting all the information we thought, or at least I thought at times, and it would come back, and it was just a week of a lot of, again, deliberation, and we finally got this brought forward to us today from Friday after deliberating. So spending the whole weekend is just probably not enough, and we do have lives as well, family time, etc. So there's just a lot that came in last week, as I'm sure my colleagues would all agree. And so with postponing this, touching base with the community on some of the different parts of the CIP, I think it's extremely important. I don't know about anybody else, but I've been receiving continual emails about questions and comments and why are we hopping into this right away? Is there not a way to postpone this? And I just don't think that there's the need right at this moment to make sure we pass this today or we oppose this today, that we can put this off for 2 weeks to engage our community for any other questions that they may have in regards to our deliberations last week. So for that reason, I'd like to postpone it for 2 weeks.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the postponement motion?
I'll
Councillor Kaufman.
Councillor Kaufman? Okay, thank you. Any other questions from councillors?
I couldn't agree more with what Councillor Carlson said previously regarding waiting and doing this all as one, but I can see the wisdom in that, Councillor Carlson.
I tried. I did have a question, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
I think we've postponed CIPs and budgets in the past with the intention that it's just for folks who didn't spend the weekend as I did reviewing everything. Are there any risks to postponing through you to city manager?
Mr. Dalton or designate?
Not that I see. I would ask Ms. Hingston to weigh in as well, please.
Mayor Spearman, no, I don't think there's any risks in postponing for 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no further questions.
Mayor Spearman, I just realized Councillor Parker is still out of the room. I'm inviting him back.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just sent him a message, Your Worship.
Okay, he's back.
Back. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Parker. There is a postponement motion on the floor to postpone further consideration of the CIP for 2 weeks.
Okay. Sorry, I guess I missed a lot here. Did you guys already debate or the logic of postponement?
Yeah, you missed.
No debate.
The city manager and the city treasurer said there'd be no harm in postponing for 2 weeks. Councillor Hagan has said that he needs 2 more weeks to consider the CIP.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any debate on the postponement motion?
Off those.
Okay, we'll do okay, go ahead and close.
Oh, no,
Yes, actually,
Sorry, Councillor Miyashiro first, and then.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Spearman. I will not be voting in favor of postponement. We lived this last week, the whole week. We talked every amendment to death. We had all weekend to look at it. Not only that, but we had every evening last week to review what we'd done during that day. We have one of our colleagues that left halfway through, decided he could come back and vote on it anyway. So it really does, 2 weeks won't make a difference. I'm prepared, as Councillor Carlson said, as he looked at it all weekend, as did I. I'm prepared to vote on it now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I have no issues whatsoever with postponement for 2 weeks. We've actually been examining this, I think, since May of last year. We've talked about it at standing policy committees. We talked about it at economic standing policy committee. We've gone through this very intense week And like my colleagues, I reviewed it on the weekend, dot the I's, cross the T's type of examination, and I'm prepared to put my hand up today. But I don't sit here as me. I sit here as a representative of the community. And I would like the community to have the opportunity to look at the finalized document and provide feedback, whatever that feedback is going to be. As always, there's always the possibility of political jiggery-pokery, but that's the environment in which we live. We actually have a very, very good capital budget. And if some things change this afternoon, as we have coming up on our agenda, I think the next council is being set in good stead. 2 weeks is not going to make a difference, and it's going to just provide an opportunity for the community to provide feedback. And I have no issues with that, so I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Parker?
Thank you. I feel, I'm sorry, I didn't, no one let me know to come back yet, but I got the gist of why we're doing it. I think I've always been consistent that if a member of council needs an opportunity or would like to postpone something and it has no negative impact on anything, and administration feels they're fine with it, it won't impact their day-to-day operations or anything they're planning to do, I have no problem at all. And if Councillor Hagan needs more time for 2 weeks, I can support that. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Croson?
As Councillor Kaufman said, I don't think the 2 weeks break is necessarily for us. As many others did, I spent the weekend reviewing it again. I've shared it with many members of the public through emails and conversations, but I've also heard from members of the public who are like, you know, can we take more time to look at it and respond to you, etc. So while this postponement would be for Councillor Hagan, it's also for the community. It's a chance for them to have a look at this. This is a 4-year CIP. It is a lot of money being spent on behalf of the community. And so if my colleagues and the community need another 2 weeks to have a look at it, I'll be completely in agreement with that, and I will support the motion.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. There are some supplementary reports from administration that are included in this. Would those be postponed as well? 51B and 51C?
That would make sense. Councillor Hagan to close?
Yes. Should we actually have that changed then prior, or do we look at that separately? I need some help with that.
In the motion? If no one objects, we can just simply change the motion to include 51A and 51B.
And I'm okay as the mover. It's fine.
Okay, thank
so
you.
Yes, thank you. And you know what? Through all of my colleagues' debate, it's Councillor Hagan needs the time. Councillor Hagan needs the time. I'm not sure if we were listening. I was made the comment pretty clear that the community has emailed, has questioned, has called. So, you know what? Blaine may not be the smartest guy around that horseshoe by the sounds of it, but you know what? I'm listening to people that actually have advice and have comments, concerns with this going forward, and the angst to get it done so quickly. I'm sorry. Yeah. Did I take a lot of the weekend? You're right. I took a lot of the weekend to look at this, but I've also been communicating with the rest of the community. And you know what? That takes some time. Not everybody wants to take their Saturday or Sunday and get on the phone and go through this. They feel that there's just some more time is needed to look at what we've actually discussed last week. There was, we've heard about it since last May, as Councillor Kaufman said. We've been having these different discussions. But you know, when it comes down to the actual deliberations throughout last week, many things were changed. Many things were supported. Some were not. So yes, Blaine, Councillor Hagan needs the time. Absolutely. But moreover, the community needs the time to reach out to us and give their input. And so for that reason, I'd ask for council to support this. Or yes, council.
Thank you. We'll have a roll call vote.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
Favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
And Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Carries 8-1.
Okay, it's postponed till June the 1st. Okay, 5.2, operating budget resource requirements. You have a resolution? Thank you. I have a resolution from Councillor Kaufman. Operating budget resource requirements. Be it resolved that for the purposes of good governance, Council accept the timing strategy from the City Manager on the change to the budget cycle process. Further, be it resolved that Council instruct the City Manager to review and, where possible, streamline the operating and capital budget processes to reduce the complexity and cost of assembling and presenting budgets to Council and the community, and that the City Manager present his review and recommendations to City Council no later than August 31st, 2022. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I believe that there is an amendment coming for this.
Yes. Just wondering, okay, so were you going to introduce this, or would you like the amendment to come forward now?
The amendment should probably come forward first.
Okay, I believe that's the amendment from Councillor Higgin. Okay. Councillors have a copy of the amendment. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Crowson. Okay, so then I'll read it. Be resolved that the first operative clause of the main motion be amended by deleting the words accept the timing strategy from after City Council and inserting the word direct. 2, deleting the words on the after City Manager and inserting the word to. 3, deleting the word to after change. 4, inserting the words to a 4-year operating and capital budget cycle reviewed and adjusted annually by Council, which includes the following elements. Both operating and capital budgets presented together with the capital budget, including project updates. Business plans and performance measures to be prepared and presented with the new 4-year budget in 2022 and reviewed and adjusted annually. Citizen input, public engagement gathered to understand the needs and perceptions and identify areas for improvement on an annual basis, with more emphasis on the year prior to a new cycle, i.e. 2022. Tax rates in the spring of each year by Council, which provide the amount of money from property taxes required to fund services in the next year and guides any adjustment in the fall. User fees and rate bylaws presented annually. A week every year in November added to the annual Council meeting calendar for budget deliberations, along with additional economic standing policy committee meetings leading up to that week. Timeline and milestones. October 21, Lethbridge municipal election. 2022, January approval of 2022 to 2025 Council strategic priorities, which outlines specific areas of focus within the citizen priorities. 2022, February to the summer, administration gathers feedback from Council and citizens and prepares the 2023 to 2026 operating and capital budget. 2022 fall, 2023 to 2026 operating and capital budgets presented to the committee council that provides a unified roadmap for how the City of Lethbridge plans, funds, and delivers the services citizens need and desire over a 4-year period to be adopted by the end of 2022, to be effected for the next 4 years, 2023 to 2026, and 2023 fall, Annual adjustments. Committee council reviews and makes adjustments to the remaining 4-year budget. 2024 fall. Annual adjustments. Committee council reviews and makes adjustments to the remaining 4-year budget. October 2025, Lethbridge municipal election. 2025 fall. Annual adjustments. New committee council after election reviews and makes adjustments to the remaining 4-year budget. So those are the amendments proposed by Councillor Higgins, seconded by Councillor Croson. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you. I just have a question. I know we talked about this at SPC about adjustments to the budget timelines and workload on financial staff and other work units. If we were to adopt this, would this still, I guess this to the city manager or treasurer, if we adopt this resolution, would that increase in expenditure be in place? I think it was $600,000.
Mr. City Manager.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and Councillor Miyashiro, and I'll defer to Ms. Pinks in a second. I'd just like to speak to the last engagement with council on this, and highlight the fact that there's a lot of corporate-wide initiatives that are going on here at the same time. So what I'd asked Ms. Pinkston to do when she brought that forward was exactly what she did, which is consider the current pressures on finance and supporting the current system, consider the use of overtime, consider health and safety impact of staff. So she did that. At the same time, though, there's a lot of other things going on. The organizational restructure has led to some results, which council was briefed on earlier today. We've just gone through a CIP process, and we look forward to continuing with a project to evolve and improve that process, and suspect there's some efficiencies in there. So yes, we want to be clear with council when they consider this, and be accurate in highlighting what the potential resource implications might be. And we also definitely want to be cognizant of what the impact on staff would be. But I'll ask Ms. Pinkston to sort of share where that conversation and discussion has gone since the last engagement with council.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Hagan. The original estimate that I included or provided to council included the corporate backlog of the organization, as Mr. Dalton said, and that's about half of what that cost estimate was. So the direct impact, and that was looking at the corporate wide. This is about corporate impact, because this isn't just a finance exercise. There's, it involves the entire organization in terms of pulling all of that information together. So that was looking at the impact on communications, facility services in terms of gathering, project management type activities, also reallocating pressures of the existing budget team in terms of year-end and accounting activities. So if you split that in half, it's directly related to the initial resolution that was brought forward, and the remaining half is about corporate backlog in terms of what capacity issues and challenges relate today. Overall, the number doesn't change, but I think there was perhaps wanting some more clarity. Council was wanting some more clarity about kind of the breakdown of that. I think it's important to note that we're here to support council in whatever decision they want. That was not intended to provide information shock and awe information to council, but I couldn't very well bring forward that this does not impact the organization, because it has a significant impact, and I am truly concerned about the organization and the tremendous fatigue and stress that the staff is under. And so it was not intended to dissuade council from making a decision. We're here to support council, and we will do whatever it is that council wishes. But I really need to highlight the significant impact if council wasn't to approve some sort of additional resources to support this process.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just to follow up with my first question then to the city manager, Ms. Pinkson. Initially, the change over to a new budgeting system for CIP and operating would include a lot more cost because you have to kind of ramp up your system in a different way. So would it be your belief then, even ongoing, because you're doing both of those processes simultaneously, or at least in the same year or years, that extra expenditure would continue ad infinitum? Is that correct?
I would suggest that either in these two resolutions, Councillor Miyashiro, that the impact is the same. This would involve, annual kind of reviews and updates, but the initial kind of doing them at the same time is the greatest kind of challenge in terms of resource capacity and allocation. So I don't think that what was originally presented would change. I just was giving an additional breakdown in terms of what that meant in terms of, breaking it out between budget and corporate backlog.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm sorry I disappeared there for a moment. My computer shut down. I'm just going to toss something out there, Mayor Spearman. I guess we're all taking turns calling ourselves the least smartest person on council. I only saw this morning. I haven't had time to really review it and the impact or what it exactly means, the amendment I'm speaking to. The other work has been in front of us for some time. So I'm going to throw out there a referral motion and see if I get a seconder to refer the original motion as well as the amendment to Governance SPC for their review and recommendations. And basically that's just so.
Is there a seconder?
I will second that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. The rationale is just so that we can discuss it in fullness and bring good understanding of what this actually says and means in committee, and then bring it forward to council.
Okay, so that would cease debate here, so we wouldn't get to ask the questions that we wanted to ask.
But all members of council can participate in governance committee.
Okay. So referral motion, does that take precedence over this amendment?
Yes, Your Worship, it does.
Okay. Okay, so you've stated the reason for it. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion of the referral motion? Questions?
Mayor Spearman, Councillor Kaufman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and maybe just if I can ask a question to Mr. Westerson. We did the agenda this morning for Governance Standing Policy Committee. If this referral motion is approved, do we still have time to get this on the agenda for next week?
Yes, we certainly do.
Okay, thank you. Then if members of council are made aware of that, if this does get approved, we could actually have this conversation on Thursday of next week. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate? Can you debate a referral motion? Yeah. I'm disappointed. I would like to discuss the implications for the organization, and I was hoping to do that today. But anyways, if council chooses to refer, I guess I'm not formally a member, but I guess I can participate as council, maybe ask some questions next week, but I feel sort of limited. I certainly have lots of concerns. I thought that by referring to the city manager and him reporting back in August, that would allow great exploration. So I didn't have a problem if the motion passed, but I wanted to express some things that I thought needed to be investigated in that 3-month period before the city manager came back. My biggest concern is we change from a city that's focused on serving citizens into an administration that's constantly generating operating and capital budgets. I have a bigger concern that if you're constantly updating your capital budgets, people will, potentially it becomes a lobbying process rather than business plans. And those are my concerns, and I don't know how those will play out by referring it to the governance SPC, but there are specific issues that I wanted investigated before this came forward as something that council would approve. So I'm speaking to the referral motion and expressing disappointment. Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I share pretty much similar what you had just stated with the disappointment to refer. I know myself speaking, I've had a medical appointment that I've had booked for months that takes place on the day of where this discussion would happen. I want to be a part of that. Now, there's 4 members of council that are on these committees, and you know what? I sat down last week. It hasn't been something that is just over the wall. I've spoken with the city manager at length about this, and asked concerns, and I'm putting my trust in our city manager that in crafting this resolution or this amendment, that if there was concerns, they would, there's always going to be the unknown, I suppose. But you know what? In the discussions that I had with him, and I would hope maybe Mr. Dalton, you can chime into this as well, that it looks fine and this could work. And I just thought that, you know what, we've had a lot of this discussion over the past few weeks, the past months. I know I think of Councillor Kaufman bringing this forward, I don't know how many times, and I've only been on for 2 terms. And so just the conversation that he brings forward and the importance of this. And you know what, I think it's extremely important that we pass this today. And so that we're all able to ask the questions if we have to. And so for that reason, I will not support this amendment to postpone.
Okay. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be supporting this referral motion for a couple of reasons. One, I have a lot of questions, but one question I have, which I don't think we've even thought about, is if we add more resources to be able to do this, the city can do that. But we also know that we have a lot of fee-for-service groups that are also linked to our budget, and they don't just have the ability to add resources, and we haven't even talked to them about how some of this might affect them. But if we refer it to an SBC, they can join in those conversations. We can make sure they know that it would be, have a conversation at governance, and they could be part of that, and we could get their feedback and input. And whatever happens at the SBC, they don't get to make the decision. They get to have the conversation there. They get to be part of that. And then they have to make a referral, a recommendation back to council. So anyone who can't make the governance SBC, it's not like they're never going to be part of the discussion. They'll be part of the discussion when it comes back. And so this might be a slight delay in the process, but I think it'll give us a much more thorough process because I have seconded this amendment. I think I like it. I see what there is. But just to have a little further conversation with the fee-for-service groups, to think about things about, is this the right process change? Is it the right timing? How will it connect to better governance? I think we just need to put all those pieces together, and that's what the governance SPC referral would allow us to do. So I will support the referral motion.
Okay, any further debate on the referral motion? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I understand the wisdom and the desire to refer, but I won't support this motion. If I could paraphrase all of the words that are on here, and this isn't my motion, and it has a lot of words for me, I think basically the instruction is, Mr. City Manager, we're frustrated. We recognize that there needs to be some adjustment. Here's an outline. Can you take it away and bring it back, please? And it's in that instruction to the city manager that he will undertake the processes that have been laid out, plus consideration of resources required, plus consideration of how does it intersect with community organizations, how does it intersect with individuals. Treasury and Finance tends to be more inward facing than outward facing, although there are certainly connection points. This is very much just saying, go away and do the work. And I think that's something that we can deal with here today. And there will be an opportunity to come back and review it again as council, as a collective. So I would encourage members of council to not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. My intent was sincerely to give the opportunity for better clarity and better understanding of exactly how this would work, and to use committee time and council time wisely. All members of council are invited to those committee meetings, and then it would always ultimately come back to council. I'd ask for support, but I do understand if people want to deal with it today. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, did you have a comment?
No, thanks, Your Worship. I'll refrain for now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll do a roll call on the motion to refer.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
4 to 5, that is lost.
Okay, the motion to refer is lost, so we will continue the debate on the amendments to the resolution. Proposed by Councillor Hagan. Councillor Carlson?
Hope my Teams doesn't crash again. My buttons are sticking. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a question for my clarity. If council accepts the amendment as well as the main motion, does that mean we have actually said this is how it's happening, and all we're getting back from the city manager in August is the results of that?
I'll ask the city manager to respond. I thought the city manager would take this information away and come back and report to council on the ability to do this and what resources would be acquired.
And that's not how I read the motion. So that's what I was hoping to get clarity and understanding about.
So the final clause is further be it resolved that City Council instruct the city manager to review and, where possible, streamline the operating and capital budget processes to reduce complexity and cost of assembling and presenting budgets to council and the community, and the city manager present his review and recommendations.
Yeah, but it's the first operative clause, Your Worship.
So I was looking at the second one, that we would receive the review and recommendations no later than August 31st, 2022.
But the first operative clause says we're doing this. Tell us how to do it better is the second operative clause, if I understand correctly.
Yeah. So if this passes, we would be directing to a 4-year operating and capital budget cycle, adjusted annually by council.
The way it's written, Your Worship, there is a bit of a contradiction, and I would suggest there's two options for council and perhaps to the movers. One is to direct it to happen, and report back with what that might look like. And the other option would be to say, here's the direction we want to go in, go away, administration, work on this, come back and present us what this option would look like, and pros and cons, and address some of the concerns that might be raised by council during the debate. So I think there are two options for council to consider there.
Okay, Councillor Carlson, anything else?
I guess I just didn't. I guess I just need the clarity. If this amendment passes and then the main motion passes, we have committed to this, and is that correct?
Not the way I read the second clause.
Okay, that's my point of needing clarity and understanding, Your Worship.
Yep. So the first one says, go and look at this, come up with the best plan possible, then come back to us. The second one says, come back to us in August and show us what it looks like. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. If the mover and seconder would be amiable to an adjustment, would it be simply to say, direct the city manager to change the budget cycle process to a 4-year operating capital budget cycle, reviewed and adjusted annually by council, comma, and eliminate everything else that's in there. Now, that's not saying that it's off the table, but it actually then opens it up for the city manager just to go away and do what I'm sure he has heard, what Ms. Trent has heard, what Ms. Pinkson has heard, and put it together. And then you've got the second operative clause.
Okay.
Because if everybody can just sort of look at that and think for a moment, if that would provide clarity to the instruction, Mr. City Manager, would that provide instruction to you?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Okay, so
the Councillor Hagan, would that be amiable to you?
Yes, it would. I see Mr. Dalton is, again, with the conversations we've had, he knows the information in there. And I believe from what he has stated that that's the direction he would be going. Is that correct, Mr. Dalton?
That's correct. We'd return and do the work based on that, what was that second operative clause. Yes, that would, as Councillor Coppin just proposed, that's clear direction, and we would come back to council having worked on what was contained in the amendment here, and we'll also incorporate the concerns that others have raised today and any other concerns that come up during the course of the debate.
Perfect. I will take that as a friendly. Thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro?
So this is almost exactly like Councillor Kaufman's original resolution now. Is that correct? So really, there's really no amendment other than a couple of words on and to, and really that whole thing, what you guys have just, or what we have just talked about was that it's going to go back to administration so that they can kind of flesh it out. Because what Councillor Hagan had suggested was a bit prescriptive. Is that what I'm to understand? Someone can answer that? Councillor Kaufman, you just took out everything that Councillor Higgins said out of your out of the amendment, and it's pretty much what you had put in the first place. Was that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Miyashiro. Yes, although if you notice, the one main difference is the motion that we had postponed for 2 weeks states City Council accept the timing strategy. And so it was an acceptance of what Ms. Pinkson had presented to Council. What the amendment does is says, no, just direct the City Manager to change the budget cycle to a 4-year operating capital cycle, review it and adjust annually by Council, period. So it's gone from accepting what was presented previously to, you know what, just give it to the City Manager, come back and talk to us. So there is a fundamental difference between the two.
Yeah, slight. I would not say fundamental, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman, you're in the queue. Did you say everything you needed to say, or do you have something else?
Oh, I've got lots to say, but nothing else in this issue. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I wonder if there would be an amendment to postpone this to the next council. I think I would make that that motion because this isn't even going to be our budget process. There could be 9 new councillors after November 1. Why would we impose a new budget process going forward for the council that's yet to be elected? So I'll propose that we postpone this until after November the 1st. Is there a seconder?
Mayor Spearman, I tried to make that amendment 2 weeks ago, I believe, so I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? I see none.
I do have, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Councillor Kaufman?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I try very hard to be gentle with what goes on here because it is to be a dialogue. It is to be a conversation. But there are times I'm challenged, wondering if people understand the purpose of public policy. We have actually experienced a budget cycle, operating and capital. We understand the challenges that it faces. We understand that there are opportunities and there are rewards, but there are risks. And I think this council, going through both operating and capital budget, has seen that we are needing a change. We're needing to do something different. So what is being proposed here is that the city manager will take it away. And the beauty of a city manager taking this away is that he will be here for the next council and hopefully a council or two after that as well. There's the consistency. It's the organization understanding the role of governance and the needs of those who govern. And we'll weigh that against what the organization can provide to us who govern, as well as to the organization and ultimately to the community as well. We need to understand that we actually are sitting here in kind of the sweet spot. We've just come through capital. We can refer back to operating. We know how the system and the structure works. And I look at this as being trying to set up future councils for success. This isn't about imposing something on a group of people who aren't going to know. This is about trying to make the next group of people and the group after them and the group after them successful in what they do. Go through the process, and maybe it needs to be streamlined, and maybe the next council will decide that something different needs to occur. But we are here sitting in that spot at the moment of expertise, of knowledge, and of understanding, and things have to change. If we leave this for the next council, you could have 9 new people coming in and going, well, what do you currently do? And in fact, that's kind of what staff would do because that's the system and the process that's set up, and away you go. Somebody has to stand up and say, we need to improve upon processes. We need to make things better. We need to make things different. We need to approach this in a completely different sort of paradigm and structure. We need to understand what we're doing. We have that leadership in place administratively. I think we have that leadership in place council-wise because, with the exception of 2 of our colleagues, we've all been through this at least twice. Some have been through it 3 or 4 or more times. We bring a knowledge and an expertise. Now is the time to do this. Postponing it to the next council does not make any sense, and it will, I won't say guarantee a perpetuation, but it will just make it a bit more of a challenge. So I will strongly oppose this motion, and I would strongly encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Councillor Hagan?
Thank you. I'm sure glad Councillor Kaufman popped in there prior to me because he said what I said, but wanted to say, but articulated it far better. So thank you, Councillor Kaufman. I look at the timing now where it's front of mind and the city manager knows what we're looking at. And so it's not wasted time over the next 6 months, 5 months, whatever that timeline is till the next council looks at it and can be looking at different strategies. And I think that I know that that's important. Front of mind right now, rather than bringing it forward later for this next council. So I would strongly encourage my councils or the council to not support this.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're really confusing each other when we talk about this. Half the time we want to postpone something for the new council, and the other time we want to do things now. When we're elected for the full term. It's not our job to put everything on hold to let the new council decide. Otherwise, everyone just vacate their seat and go home, because obviously we want to push everything onto a new council. We are sitting around the table with experience, some with many years experience, some with just a few years or a few months of experience. Any new council, when they're elected, there could be 9 new members and they could flip the whole place upside down, turn the table over, do whatever they want. But right now, we are the 9 elected officials that will make decisions up to election day. And I don't want to keep on postponing, because sometimes the new members of council, they may be 9, may lack context, history, knowledge of why we're doing what we do. If that was the case, we would never plan an orientation, we would never plan a budget, we would never plan anything. Let's do the job we're elected to in this time frame in itself. Postponing just kicks the can down the road, and it just does a disservice, not only to our administration, because it keeps them kind of like, well, what does the council want to do? But it sends a message to the community that we're not in the business of governing 6 months before an election. So let's deal with issues as they are in front of us now, and not quit postponing things for the next council. So thank you. I'll be voting against it.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Well, I will close.
Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead.
I think the discussion of this and moving to a different way of funding, I think I need to step out, because my organization does have a contract with the city of Lethbridge, and it does run on a certain cycle. And I think I can't let that influence my decision at council. So I will I'll declare conflict for this.
Make sure you get something to drink too, Rob.
Good. Okay, so.
Mayor Spearman, can I make a comment?
Okay.
I don't want to make a comment in terms of influencing the debate of this motion, although it might be perceived that way, but I haven't really had a chance in the course of this conversation to share a few thoughts. And I would simply say that I've been made aware of a number of frustrations related to the current budget process, not the people, not the quality of the work, things like alignment between capital and operating budget, a council being elected, not having a chance to touch a capital budget for 3.5 years, inheriting a capital budget, lack of frequency of touch points with the budget, if you will. And so my comments are simply, and I don't know who said it, but somebody stated it here earlier, and my approach to everything we do here is always, how can we make it better? And what opportunities do we have that we can seize upon to make it better? And I've heard comments today about resources, which I think are always a question and always an issue and always something to consider. But I don't believe there is big an issue in this discussion as some may believe. And I think all of the issues I've heard here raised today around, should we build on what is a good multi-year budget, but look at what many other municipalities do and have annual reviews of both operating and capital. I just wonder why we wouldn't do that. And this is not about administration. This is about council, and it's about the public ultimately. And I just wanted to share those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we do all that. And I've done budgets all my career. Done them for other organizations, came to the city of Lethbridge, and this was an excellent process. It wasn't one, it's one that I walked into, but the more that I saw, the more I liked it. The emphasis on understanding the budget rather than redoing budgets over and over again is the correct emphasis. It's those, the unaudited reports and the variance reports that we get that help us understand the budget are important. As we've said, any council can reopen the capital budget at any time if they choose to. We just went through the capital budget process. I think the impact on the operating budget at the end was 0.26% each year for 4 years. Very minimal. I think I'm very concerned that instead of looking at best practices in each and every department in the city of Lethbridge and in the external organizations that depend on City of Lethbridge funding, we're going to turn ourselves into a budget mill where we're always making operating budgets, always making capital budgets, and not actually doing the job. That, to me, is a failure of governance. If that's what this council wants to be, to basically misdirect resources within the city, to basically become a paper mill, well, that can be your reputation, but I certainly will not support that. It's more important to support initiatives than to generate busy work for people in the city and misdirect resources. So that's what I call governance, making sure resources are directed in the right way, following the goals of the council. So that's why I've pushed this off and suggest that the next council deal with it, because they will have to live it. We can't impose it on them. It'll be their system. They can learn about it, see what they like, and if they want to misdirect resources, go ahead. So I will suggest that we postpone this to November the 1st. Thank you. I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed?
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed?
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting.
No. Opposed. Sorry.
Got it. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Opposed.
That is 2-6 lost.
Thank you. Okay, so we're back to the motion. And we should invite Councillor Miyashiro back now.
Mayor Spearman, I don't know if Councillor Miyashiro declared a conflict on the entire motion. I'm just not, he may just want to remain out. I'm not sure.
Okay, who can contact?
Oh, he's back.
I'm out for the,
Okay.
I just heard what Councillor Carlson said. I'm out for the whole discussion about this because, as I said, there is a, I do have a fiduciary interest in how this works.
Okay. All right, you're going to, okay. So you've declared a conflict for the whole thing. Okay, thank you. So we're back to Councillor Kaufman's motion. Okay, what does the amendment look like now? I think most of it
We're
disappeared.
back to Councillor Higgins' amendment to Councillor Kaufman's motion.
Is that it? Just those 4 points?
That's it because Councillor Hagan declared a friendly on the rest of the text.
Okay, discussion and debate on the amendment. Councillor Carlson?
Oh, sorry, I'm in for the main motion, Your Worship.
Okay. Okay, debate on the, sorry, I'll ask, are there any questions on the amendment? Further questions on the amendment? Okay, debate on the amendment. Councillor Higgin?
I'll close.
Okay.
And it looks like I'm closing already, or, oh, someone piped in.
Just looking for people to participate in the debate. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to Councillor Higgin for bringing this forward. I think as I identified in my response to Councillor Miyashiro, the difference, and I won't call it fundamental, but the difference between what I had proposed or what was brought forward in front of Council 2 weeks ago and what's being presented here is, instead of following the strategy that had been outlined or the option that had been outlined by the treasurer, this is basically a let's just hand it to the city manager and let's let him and his staff and his team do the work that's required to put together something based on the feedback, based on the information, based on the conversations that he's had with us individually, he's had with us collectively, and statements that we made definitely through capital budget and at other points as well. I think this is a good way of approaching the issue. He understands our needs, he understands our requirements and governance, he understands the organization's needs and operations, and ultimately he understands what the community is looking for. So I think this is a great direction to move, and I'll support the amendment.
Okay, any further debate on the amendment? Councillor Higgin to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, my colleagues. This is for all the debate throughout the amendments, etc. I want to reiterate kind of what Councillor Kaufman has mentioned. Our city manager knows and has heard our concerns. I know he's going to take this away and he's going to bring back something that's actually going to work for us, and not just for us, but for the community. I look up to Calgary, and Calgary does a yearly budget. Calgary does a yearly budget, and all their councillors aren't terrible. And so I just, this is something that we've been looking at for quite some time. I think it's important that we actually get her done, and let's move forward. So with that, I'll ask for council support.
Okay, question's been called on the amendment. Do a roll call on the amendment, please.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Higgin.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
And Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
8-1, that carries.
Okay, we'll go to the main motion as amended.
It was 7-1, Madam Chair. 7-1.
You're right. You're right. Thank you for the clarification.
Back to Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll close. I think council knows where I sit on this position. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I hate to sound like a broken record. I just need clarity. If this motion passes, what are we changing our process to?
We're getting a report from the city manager in August, as far as I know.
But I guess my understanding is the first operative clause says we're moving forward in this direction. And I want to know what that direction is. Is this yearly capital and operating budgets? City manager, tell me your understanding of this. If this passes, is this now, council has said, yearly capital operating budgets with all the impacts that Ms. Pinkston outlined previously?
Would it be possible to get the motion put back up?
I'll say yes.
Yeah, I acknowledge your concern with the way it's worded. The intent, as I understand it, though, is as described by Mayor Spearman. It's to go away and look at what moving to a 4-year operating and capital budget cycle, reviewed and adjusted annually by council, would look like. Identify any risks or concerns with that or impacts, and bring that back to council by the end of August.
But that's not what the actual resolution says. The actual resolution says, change it. Let us know how you're going to change. Let us know the nuts and bolts. So once this, if we vote in favor of this, it shall be done. Correct? Madam
That's the way I
City,
read the motion, but that's not the intent. That you're right. That's not the intent that I've heard expressed here, and so that does need to be clarified,
thank you.
in my view.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Just to complicate the matter more, then I'm going to bring forward an amendment so that right after direct the city manager to bring a plan to change.
Change or possible change?
Possible changes, to bring a plan for possible changes that would change the budget cycle, etc.
I'll second that.
Is it the first paragraph? I think
In the first, be it resolved.
direct the city manager to bring a plan for possible change
To the budget cycle that would have it move to a 4-year operating, etc. If clarity is needed, that should hopefully give more clarity to what we're voting on.
Okay, everybody understands the amendment moved by Acting Mayor Croson, seconded by Councillor or Deputy Mayor Campbell. Thank you. Questions on the amendment? Councillor Croson, your hand is up.
Sorry, it just remained up.
Okay. Okay, debate on the amendment. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this creates the clarity that we were looking for. At least it does in my mind. So I will be supporting this resolution.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. It's times like this when I have to remind myself that the word govern comes from the Greek word gybernon, meaning to steer, and it's about steering a ship, and you can't turn a ship on a dime. It's also sometimes slow to respond or to react. I recognize that there's a desire to bring back a plan, which takes us back to the original motion a couple of months ago, but I think there's been some clear understanding and clear information provided, so I will support the amendment.
Any other debate? I will support the amendment. Councillor Crowson to close.
Question.
Question's been called. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
And Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Carries 6-2.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Again, I think I'll just wait for closing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the motion as amended? Okay, on to debate. Acting Mayor Crowson.
I will be supporting this. I think moving to something that has more review is something that we need to look at. The governance report suggested putting in a mechanism to review annually, and I think this is moving in that direction. I would have preferred that this had been referred to governance, because then it would be much more led by council. But having something that the city manager puts together that we can respond to will also work. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm on the fence on this one. I'll be honest, I was not going to be in support of this. I realize we all have different views on the budget process and the pros and cons of each one, whether it be a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year budget cycle or budget plan. I have my personal thoughts. However, I'm having some comfort that this is directing city manager to bring the plan for possible change, because at that point I could be swayed. Up to this point, nothing that has been said about changing our budget process has swayed me. Council does steer the ship, does steer the organization, does set the budgets, the capital budgets and operating budgets, and can open them at any time, as we have done so, not just this term, but in other terms. So I'm still a bit on the fence. So I'm hoping my other colleagues will debate this. But at the moment, I'm much more comfortable with the way the motion is presented.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this motion. As the city manager said, this is an opportunity, and I appreciate that there's been members of council who've been wanting to change the way we do things for a number of years, and I respect that opinion. This is my first time on council. This is the first go around for what we've done, and I look forward to what the city manager brings forward to us, so that I can really delve into what he finds. So I much like Councillor Carlson, I do take some relief in that he will bring forward his recommendations, and we can make a decision at that time. So again, I will be supporting the resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the discussion. I know we've been speaking about this for quite a while, but it's very important to have this conversation. I really appreciate the amendment, especially the word possible change. I think we don't know what it's going to look like in the end, but it's an opportunity for us to look in the mirror as a corporation, to find out what process is best, what needs to be tweaked, what needs to be adjusted, and what are we really good at in the process. So I'm looking forward to hearing back from the report, and I think this amendment that's brought forward by Acting Mayor Crowson makes it something I can support, so I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yes, I will be supporting this. I know that I've heard from colleagues that we're the ones to steer this ship, and what better way to dive in and do our due diligence on a yearly basis rather than every 4 years. And I know we can reopen it, and I know in the time that I've been on, it hasn't been done that often. If it's, I want to say it's a time or two, and as far as projects. And so, I think we'll just have our fingers on the buttons a lot easier. We'll be able to know what is happening on a regular basis. We're not going to be spending $29 in 2022, and when we get up there, it's going to be a lot more money. We're going to be more in tune with what's happening on a regular basis. So for that reason, I will support it.
I'll support it. I hope our city manager, I think I have confidence that he will investigate and assess the real impact on the organization. It's our duty to understand what governance looks like, and governance to me starts with understanding. We get great reports coming to us from our administration that explain what the budget was, what the spending was, what the differences were, and how the money was spent. It's never been better. When we've been learning about BAUs, we've been learning about all those types of things. And good governance means you understand how the dollars are spent and where the money's going. I can only express regret if we simply are approving budgets that are generated by administration year after year without any understanding, real understanding of the budget. So I hope the city manager will take all of that into account, plus the impact on the related organizations that depend on funding for the city, and how that'll affect how they do business with the city as well. So I will support the amended resolution and look forward to a report from the city council, city manager in August. Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to all of you as well for consideration and deliberation on this. We have to keep in mind that we've just gone through a term of operational review done by KPMG, and we have discovered that we are separated a little bit from our budget. And while governance takes on many different forms, we have to understand that we can get all the information we want from the crow's nest, but if we have no idea how to turn the rudder, it's not going to make any difference. It's important that we have the control over the initiatives, over the funding, to meet the initiatives, to meet the strategic objectives of council. And if that requires a certain type of review every year, then that's what is required to appropriately govern the organization, because good governance of the organization is going to create good delivery to the community, and that has to be our ultimate objective. I think just with that, it's best to call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor or any opposed? I think that's unanimous. Thank you.
Your Worship, are we taking a break? I need to get Councillor Miyashiro back, but I don't know if I would hate to call him back if we're about to take a break.
Yeah, we can call him back. We can take a break till 3 o'clock.
I will let him know.
Okay. Regular City Council will resume at 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. We'll now resume the meeting. We're at 5.3. Micro mobility e-scooters. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Croson. Be it resolved that Council adopt the recommendation from the Civic Works Standing Policy Committee and undertake a micro mobility pilot. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Before I jump into this, I have a thought that I want to run past my colleagues. When you turn on the camera, I see Darlene McLean is there in the office, on the audience. Some things like number 6, the official business, and the bylaws, MDP and Westminster, may have more public interaction than some of the ones just coming up. Would my colleagues be amenable? Would it work to? Perhaps we put some of those earlier in the agenda, just make a slight adjustment so that people aren't waiting to the end of the day for the ones that might be of greater interest to the public.
Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. So, Acting Mayor Croson, are you suggesting we move to the bylaws?
Well, I'm thinking we do official business 6, 6.1, 6.2 we can do after, and then yes, the bylaws. I'm thinking they are going to be heavier than the ones we have now, and if there's somebody already here for 7.1B, I would suggest, if everybody's amenable, to switching some of this around.
I'm amenable.
Is there any objection from members of council? Go straight to 6.1 and then the bylaws. Seeing no objection, we'll move to 6.1. Okay, I'm moving this, so it would be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. That would be Councillor Deputy Mayor Campbell. So we'll be creative where I'm the only one in council chambers. Memoranda of respect, understanding, and partnership between Kainai Blood Tribe and the City of Lethbridge regarding matters of mutual interest. Okay. Whereas the City of Lethbridge proudly acknowledges that it's located in the heart of Siksikaitsitatapi, Blackfoot Confederacy territory, and that the City of Lethbridge and Kainai Blood Tribe are connected through our shared environment, economies, peoples, and history. And whereas the councils of the City of Lethbridge and Kainai Blood Tribe wish to create a stronger relationship guided by the principles of respect, understanding, and strong communications. And whereas the parties seek to establish a protocol to advance issues of common interest and resolve issues of common concern and greater shared understanding thereof. And whereas the implementation of this protocol and resulting actions are intended to advance the community's shared interests and enhance the quality of life for all City of Lethbridge residents and Kainai Blood Tribe members. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Lethbridge adopt the Memoranda of Respect, Understanding, and Partnership between the Kainai Blood Tribe and the City of Lethbridge regarding matters of mutual interest, and the Mayor be authorized to sign the same. So I will speak to this. Certainly, we've had an ongoing relationship. It's part of our Reconciliation Advisory Lethbridge initiatives, and building a stronger relationship with our neighbors is a recommendation that we continue to do that we continue to work on issues together. There's 4 primary areas of shared interest. They are health and wellness, including housing, education, justice, racism, and discrimination. Then economic development and employment. Then community planning, including land use planning, the environment, cultural resources management and emergency response, and finally, communications. So the Memorandum of Understanding is guided by the principles of the United States Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the calls to justice of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. The Memorandum of Understanding creates a formalized structure to strengthen the ability of the councils and our administrations to work more closely together for the benefit of both communities. So we would like to enter into this agreement, or council has the opportunity to do so. I would encourage council to do that in order to enhance the relationship between our citizens, including those of Indigenous background, and our neighbors of the Kainai Blood Tribe Reserve. So this is a step forward and an opportunity which builds on the work that's been done for the last 4 years through Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee, and I'm asking for council's support. Would any members of council like to comment? Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I think you pretty much said it all in your opening there. Just knowing that it was such an honor to be part of council and to meet with the members of the Blood Tribe when we did. I just felt a real sense of openness and cooperation and collaboration, and I could certainly feel it with Chief Roy Fox and the rest of his council. This is just the right step forward. I really feel confident that this is going to be an important memorandum of agreement that we're going to really honor for years to come. So I really hope my colleagues agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson?
To echo what's been said, I will absolutely support this. This is not only vital to do, it is something that we need to have done and need to continue to work on, is building this relationship, maintaining this relationship, and finding ways that we can partner and work together. So I will wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate all the comments from yourself and my colleagues. I do want to thank the draft writers of the MOU. I think they've taken in all of our comments and thoughts and drafted something that I can completely support. I'd also like to thank our Kainai colleagues, as well as administrations from both sides and my colleagues here today for all the work that's been done on this, the joint discussions we've had. What really excites me about this is it's an important step forward, but it enshrines a lot of the ideals and thoughts we've had over my time on council, but it seems we never have a commitment to regular meetings, regular discussions, and just how we're going to work together. And I think this enshrines it, and it gives a good solid footing for moving forward, and I would add my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro? Councillor Miyashiro?
Yeah, did you not hear that?
No, you were on mute.
Sorry, all I said was my colleagues have described this very well, the importance of this agreement, and I can echo everything that they've said, and I'll fully support this.
Thank you. Would any other member of council like to speak at this time? If not, I'd like to close. I'd like to thank Chief Roy Fox and the Kainai Council for their continued partnership with our city and their commitment to improve our communities while working together. I think it's tremendous that we've made the progress that we have, but certainly we have much more to do. And I'd like to thank my colleagues on council for all the work that they've put in and all the support they've put into our reconciliation initiative to make sure we could come this far together. So with that, I will call the question. Do we need to have a roll call vote? Okay. Is there anyone opposed? So everyone is in favor. That is unanimous. So thank you very much. We're very pleased to see the hard work of our councils and our administration come to fruition today. This agreement is a positive step forward for both communities, and it represents and acknowledges the racism and social difficulties many in the Indigenous community have experienced in our city. The agreement gives us the opportunity to better understand and reflect the needs of Blackfoot and other Indigenous peoples in our city's plans, policies, programs, and services. Thank you for your support today.
Your Worship, I am just going to step it out and let David step in for the MDP. He's been dealing with the MDP all throughout, and I think it would be better for consistency and alignment. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move to the bylaws. Did you want to deal with 7.1b before 7.1a?
I would support that, Councillor Kaufman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll deal with 7.1b first. 7.1b is the Westminster Area Redevelopment Plan, November the 2nd, 2020, official business resolution, completion report.
So where we're at, Mr. Mayor, is we proceeded with first and second reading. So in the agenda, it said just first reading, but we have passed second reading too, and that was on November 2nd.
So this is actually for third and final reading, and who is the mover?
So there are some amendments to it.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe just ask for call for Genesis to speak.
Okay, is Genesis Havia Oreo online?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I am here.
Okay, could you explain, lead us through the amendments, please?
Yeah, so in the submission, there are two attachments. The first one outlines the amendments that were proposed at the November 2nd council meeting, and these include text changes that are included in the background and implementation section of the Westminster ARP. They do not impact the policies found in the Westminster ARP. One of the amendments that was proposed is the addition of a map that shows unapproved secondary suites within the neighborhood. This map has been provided by administration at the block face level, so we don't identify the specific properties. We only identify the number of properties per block face. This approach was applied to the map as we believe it's a visual tool, and it provides a powerful representation of the extent of potential secondary suites within the neighborhood. And it does support and align with the local observation of residents within the Westminster neighborhood. And this observation is that there are many unapproved secondary suites within the neighborhood. Attachment 2 includes two changes identified by administration to provide appropriate and true historical information regarding the Westminster School. And the second one is a number addition, which is a page number, just to make sure that people have that reference within the land use concept section for that map.
So what we would want is we want a mover for attachment 2.
And so in total, we have 8 amendments that have been proposed. And in the submission, there are 2 options for City Council. The first option is to approve all of the amendments that have been put forward today, so including the amendments proposed by Council on November 2nd and the 2 administration changes that are included in one of the attachments. If the map 4.1, which is the block face map showing the secondary suites within Westminster, is approved as part of the amendments, it is recommended that a second public hearing be held. If map 4 is not approved by City Council, administration does not recommend that a public hearing is held, and that we simply move on to approving the plan.
Okay.
If you have additional questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? So I have a resolution, be it resolved that the amendments to bylaw 6236 as outlined in attachment 2 be approved. Is there a mover for that?
Councillor Kaufman.
Okay, moved by Councillor Kaufman. Okay, I'm the seconder.
I'll second that.
No, I'm the seconder.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Heavy Oreo. Appreciate the work that you've done on this. As members of council can see, there is predominantly just some wording updates and changes to provide some consistency. The addition of the new map, map 4.1, will actually provide a starting point for recognizing some of the issues that challenge Westminster and challenge Westminster uniquely. And it's from this point we can actually use the plan as a good reference point and as a good starting point to see how the neighborhood is changing, how growth, how development, how opportunities in that neighborhood are affecting and impacting the neighbors. So I would ask for members of council to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Carlson? You're on mute. Councillor Carlson?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I thought I had figured this thing out by now. Just for clarity's sake, I believe Ms. Heavy Oreo said that if we approve all the amendments, including the map, that a new public hearing has to be held. And so if we approve these, are we then approving a new public hearing? Is that what I heard?
Yes, that would be administration's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And the only amendments that are being brought forward at this time are the ones in attachment 2, and we'll discuss the administrative amendments following this. Is that correct? Don't know who can answer that. Oh, hi, Maureen. Ms. Gehring?
I'm not sure, Councillor Carlson. I was under the impression that the amendments in both attachment 1 and attachment 2 would be covered. Apparently the resolution just says attachment 2, so I'm not sure if Councillor Kaufman wants to weigh in on his amendments, perhaps after the public hearing.
Attachment 2 is does include council amendments. Attachment 3 would be the administrative amendments.
So thank you. So question to Councillor Kaufman, were you intending to bring forward just attachment 2 or attachment 2 and 3 amendments?
Thank you. Attachment 2 and 3 are fine. I think doing them as one, members of council have had the opportunity to review them. And if anybody has a concern, they can ask for something to be pulled out and deliberated separately.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Attachment 2 and 3? Okay, so it sounded like a friendly amendment was accepted by Councillor Kaufman, and I will agree to it to include attachment 3 as well as attachment 2. Any further discussion? All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, we'll now proceed with third reading. That the bylaw be read. This would be the Westminster Area Redevelopment Plan. Okay, instead of doing this for a third reading, there will be a scheduled public hearing. Okay, thank you. So this is passed.
Mayor Sperman, do we need a motion to that effect, or is that just triggered because of the materiality of the amendments?
It's automatically triggered, so we can't do third reading until after the public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move to amendments to bylaw 6265.
So first we're going to consider the second reading. So motion to consider second reading.
Okay, so who is moving this one? We have to first consider second reading so that we can move on to the amendments.
Your Worship, I'll move second reading.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Carlson.
Now we'll consider amendments.
And at this time, before we vote on it, we'll now consider the amendments. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in attachment A. So
Okay, so the amendments are in attachment A. Who would like to speak to the amendments?
so always ask for Maureen.
Okay, Ms. Gehring?
So thank you, Your Worship. So with any document of this size, there will be instances on a further reading where you notice that certain typographical errors or grammatical errors have occurred. And attachment 1 just delineates some of the changes we would like to make to ensure that the text reads well and is correct.
Okay.
Mayor Spearman, I'll move the amendments in attachment 1, I believe it is. Sorry, I've got 4 screens open. Yes, attachment 1, administration amendments.
So Councillor Kaufman has already moved that.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Jeffrey, or Councillor Kaufman.
Yeah. Be it resolved that the amendments to bylaw 6265 as outlined in attachment 1 be adopted. Moved by Councillor Kaufman. So questions from councillors?
You need a second?
No, I'm the seconder.
Okay.
Councillor Hagan?
No, I just have another amendment after this.
Okay. All right, ready for the vote on the attachments outlined in attachment 1? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous.
So we have other
Okay, now we have amendments moved by Councillor Carlson, attachment 2, bylaw 6265. Be it resolved that the amendments to bylaw 6265 as outlined in attachment 2 be adopted. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I trust my colleagues have had an opportunity to review the amendments. Ms. Gehring can correct me if I'm speaking in error. These were circulated to the county. The county gave their responses, and these are some of the amendments. In my reading of it, it was nothing material. It was mostly just in the spirit of good working relations between their council and our council. So that's, I would recommend these going forward, unless there's any questions.
Okay, are there any questions on attachment 2?
Councillor Kaufman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. To Ms. Gehring, there's a couple of references in here about changes to the IMDP. Will those just automatically be carried forward to the next conversation on the IMDP or dealt with administration to administration so that they're incorporated or at least discussed?
So, Councillor Kaufman, I think it will be more than just an administrative discussion. This may be something that the intermunicipal committee does get involved in the future when we talk more fulsomely about the annexation of the airport. So I don't anticipate that'll just be an administrative conversation.
Sorry, yeah, let me clarify my question. You've noted the comments that refer to conversation of the IMDP. Obviously you have. It'll just automatically be brought up at the IMDP committee then, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Gehring. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearing. Ms. Gehring, so this is the county's recommendations for amendments, and a lot of them are around the airport. We had a lot of when we annex, they want if we annex. From the administrative perspective, does their changes work just as well for us with connection with how the NDP will be moving forward?
Yes, I think Councillor Croson, what the county pointed out to us is really, we got a bit ahead of ourselves just because we were working on our MDP. Really, those discussions need to take place at the intermunicipal level. That is the higher order document. And yeah, so we completely agree with their suggestions in wording change, and I don't believe it will impact how those discussions go.
Okay, they just caught some of our, enthusiasm with the airport.
We were enthusiastic, yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We moved rather speedily, and I just found my notes. I did have a question for Ms. Gehring. I think it was on policy 177. If I find that again, hang on a second. So commentary for removing that was that was a better fit in the IMDP, or that they didn't want any discussions on climate adaptation plans?
So again, Councillor Carlson, from the county's perspective, really one municipality shouldn't direct another municipality to be involved in work. That discussion should take place at that intermunicipal level first. And so that's why that was removed.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay. Anything further? Ready for the vote? All in favor of the amendments outlined in action 2, attachment 2?
Mayor, so sorry, just to clarify here, this is just, I do have another amendment, but this is just for attachment 2. Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, that's, okay, all in favor? Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Okay, the next amendment is attachment 3, proposed by Councillor Kaufman. Bylaw 6265, Municipal Development Plan. Be it resolved that the amendments to bylaw 6265 as outlined in attachment 3 be adopted. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Entertain questions if there are any.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if this is to Councillor Kaufman or Ms. Gehring. Policy 8, page 92, where you are strengthening how we go up to grants. I just want confirmation if the city in this instance is the city as a corporation or the city as the community?
So thank you, Councillor Croson, for that question, and certainly Councillor Kaufman can either confirm or change my answer, but we would suggest that that's the city as the corporation.
Okay, thank you. That's what I assumed, but I know making assumptions aren't always a good thing. Policy 15, page 94, Councillor Kaufman, I have a question on this one. My question is, what is your thought behind this? How will we promote private investment? And is this something we can actually control? Because you have it as promote, not ensure. What's your thought behind this amendment?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Croson. The movement from ensure to promote actually creates a different interface or different connection with the community. With Opportunity Lethbridge, we actually have a different way of approaching how we do things, and that can include, obviously, in terms of infrastructure development, community development, neighborhood development in new areas. Some of this language does come from a couple of the concerns raised by Build. Some of it comes from just the way that we are looking at how we do things in our community a little differently. So it's not that it's necessarily taking away. The same mechanisms, the same directions are in place. It's a different type of conversation, that's all.
Okay, and if I can ask one more question, Mayor Spearman?
Go ahead.
Policy 38, page 112, oh, sorry, no, policy 64, page 127. You have changed it so it is not going to apply to amended plans. Why not amended plans?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Croson. Again, this one actually comes from Build, and it was just a raised concern about probably the finality would be the best way to actually put it or to address it. The reality is area structure plans are sort of I don't know the best way to phrase this. The area structure plans are where the changes are going to tend to occur more often than outline plans. And there is a recognition, if you know, as long as the minimum density requirement is being maintained, efficient use of land, things of that nature, you shouldn't necessarily be dealing with the outline plans. I can't articulate it as well as it was articulated during the public hearing on April 1st. But again, this was a bit of a response coming from the folks at Build.
Okay, and following up from that, because you use the term as well in your answer, can you or Ms. Gearing define for me the difference between minimum average density and minimum density?
Well, you can't have a minimum and an average.
So you're saying yours is just a clarification of the term?
Yes. Yeah, that was the conversation we had on April 1st, as I just pointed out to Ms. Gearing at that time, and she can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she said, yeah, it was just the way the language was written, and minimum density provides that clarity.
I just want to make sure it's not some obscure planning terminology, Ms. Gearing, that you're trying to slip past us.
No, Councillor Kaufman is correct. It's just better wording.
Thank you. I'll step out of questions right now, Mayor Spearman, if anyone else has questions.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Kaufman, for the work on these. Following up on Councillor Croson's question on policy 15, I'm struggling a bit with that one. The original wording, let me get to it, was to ensure that infrastructure is provided in an efficient and cost-effective manner. To ensure that, which I think is good stewardship. The change to promote, as well as the further language that it's basically just promote, but let the private sector dictate. I struggle with that. Can you give me some comfort that we're not diluting it? Because I really appreciate the ensure that we do it in a cost efficient and effective manner, and seeing that diluted causes me some struggle with supporting that. So can you help me feel some comfort that your words are not diluting that? Councillor Kaufman, I'm not sure if you're muted or.
Oh, thank you,
Or
as usual. Thank you,
Sorry.
as usual, brilliance. Now I'm going to stumble. Actually, I'm going to ask if Mr. Hawkins can actually respond to that in terms of the comfort that's being provided. He did address that when we had our conversation with the good folks from planning who walked through each of these amendments with me.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, Councillor Kaufman. To your question of, I think diluted, I wouldn't characterize it as diluted, but it is not as prescriptive as originally proposed by staff in the original document. So, but as compared to where we came from, this is excellent policy direction. It gives some clear instructions to the corporation and to planning staff as they deal with future development, in particular greenfield situations going forward. Yeah, it's less prescriptive, but it still provides some boundaries, some goalposts in which we have to operate in balancing community needs against developer aspirations. So I think that would be the best way to characterize it, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Mr. Bazunas?
Oh, thank you.
If I can just add just a little bit, I think that in terms of the offsite levy in particular, the developers' desire lines and the city's desire lines are parallel. So they both want efficient infrastructure, so offsite levies stay low as they can be, and that's in line with this as well. So because of the parallel nature of our work and our desire lines, this will serve a similar purpose.
So thank you. So just for clarity and my level of comfort, and I appreciate you all trying to give me that, it may not be as strongly as I want it, but it is still better than how we've been operating and where we've been before. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Miyashiro?
No, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Carlson asked the questions I was going to.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, Mayor Spearman, I have a few.
Go ahead.
Councillor Kaufman, policy 115, page 156. Now that we have the urban reforestation, we still need a tree protection bylaw in the MDP.
Councillor Croson, your sound unfortunately cut out.
My equipment only wants to go so many hours a day, it seems. Let me just try one thing here.
Okay, if you could ask your question again, please.
I think she's changing technology.
Hate to be cliche, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Policy 115, page 156, Councillor Kaufman. Now that we have, and it's on the agenda elsewhere, if it is approved, the master plan for the urban forest, does the tree protection bylaw still need to be in the MDP in your mind?
Thank you, Councillor Croson. In my mind, yes. Yeah, we've got the urban master plan, which I believe, came forward after this, as my memory might dictate. But in my mind, there's still the requirement for the tree protection bylaw, create the protection for public space, urban forest public space canopy. It's a tool that can be used, and it's a tool that can stem from the master plan.
Okay. And policy 114, so one back. You have the change there of establishing the alternative off-street parking requirements and then getting rid of the 100 meters of an arterial road. Deleted some of that. What's your thinking with taking out some of that more prescriptive language?
You know, that's an awesome question, Councillor Croson. And I'm certain Ms. Gehring has an awesome answer as to why. Did we have that conversation?
So Councillor Croson, Councillor Kaufman did rightly point out that this is really one of the only policies where we refer to standards in such a specific manner. It also doesn't really allow for that flexibility if anything were to change in the future. And so that's why they were taken out of the MDP. This is really a long-range visioning document, and this is very specific language to have in. So that's why that was taken out.
And we don't want anything that might limit affordable or supportive housing. So having it taken out is probably much better anyways, but I just wanted to be clear on the reason for that. Councillor Kaufman, you had a brilliant reason for taking that out.
My brilliant reason was that Ms. Gehring is brilliant, and I appreciate her giving me credit, but I'm pretty sure that was her recognition or acknowledgement. So thank you for that, Ms. Gehring.
She makes us all seem brilliant when we take things forward. All right, last question, policy 69, page 129. Related to the municipal housing strategy, you seem to have weakened some of the language around housing diversity requirements. Will this still get us what we want regarding making sure we have a wide range of housing options with the promote instead of ensure? Is it promote because we don't have the final say in this? Just again, what's the thinking behind the changes here?
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Again, it's a balance between, if you notice, Direction A has been added in, informed by the municipal housing strategy and a consultation, cooperation, collaboration with the residential construction industry. Again, it was just the way the language is worded, and I appreciated Mr. Hawkins's statement earlier, which I've already written down because I've already forgotten. It's less prescriptive, but it's still, with the added definition in there, it still is driven by need in our community. So under ensure choice of housing, it means that developers come forward and they have to, which is a comfortable position, absolutely. But it recognizes it needs to be a conversation, and it needs to be strategic. It needs to be planned. It needs to be informed by the municipal housing strategy. So it's a different type of conversation. We're not diluting anything or making things less possible. We're creating greater opportunity in my mind.
Well, and that's one of the things I noticed about some of your changes is you're trying to get more conversation. But I do have a concern with policy 74, 79, 82, where you have stated specifically that build needs to be part of the collaboration. Why not just make it a broader statement that we must have collaboration with stakeholders? Why target it to one group? I understand that is the group that will most likely be there, but is it not too specific? Especially since this is a 10-year document and we can't control the fact, I hope they will, but we can't even control the fact that build will exist for those 10 years.
Absolutely, Councillor Croson. And I thought we had a new policy in here. Ms. Gehring? Did we not have a new policy that it...
I do believe we have more language around collaboration in general, Councillor Kaufman. I'm not sure if that would take away from what you're trying to do with this. I think it's really up to you in terms of, wanting to change the language to be more, include more stakeholders than just build. We can certainly look at changing that language for each of these policies as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it does say in brackets build. I think to you, Ms. Gehring, and I recognize Ms. Gehring is the one who will, in theory, operationalize this. It's about engaging the residential construction industry. Build exists today. If we wish to take build out of the reference, I think that would be acceptable because everybody recognizes build is the representative. If they're not around in 10 years, it's still about engaging the residential construction industry as a stakeholder. So I'm assuming staff would recognize that. I of course don't want to offend anybody's sensibility. If build would be more comfortable with it in there, I don't think it hurts having it in. But I think the instruction is pretty writ large in terms of it's about engaging with the industry. Does that provide you with? Go ahead,
There's
Councillor.
two ways you can do it, right? You can take them out, or you can put IE, right? Like example build, because you don't want to make it too narrow. Build might change their name again, right? They might become another organization. Like that's the difficulty, is that they have the right to change their name, come and go as they want. When it's in here, it's kind of, you know.
If you would like to make that friendly amendment that the letters IE are placed in front of build in all of the examples, I would certainly be amiable to that.
I shall be friendly and do that.
Perhaps we could have EG instead of IE, if that's okay. Apparently, IE is Latin for that is, rather than an example. Sorry, I'm on the chat with the staff at the same time, so that would be Mr. Kilgar helping us out with our diction and our text here.
I will let him be the Latin expert on this. I have no problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I hope we don't need to have the Irish Latin translation for any of mine. Question on policy 137 through you to the mover. Councillor Kaufman, you've removed, it used to say ensure safe, reliable, and efficient. And you've removed safe and reliable. Can you tell me your rationale for removing safe and reliable?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. I believe this actually came from a conversation with staff to separate, to take the original policy 137, I believe, Ms. Gehring, and divide it into two.
That's correct, Councillor Kaufman. I'm sure Byron would like to weigh in as well, but we felt having the two policies was perhaps a better direction for staff and also for the community in terms of the outcomes that we wanted to get to. Yeah, I'm not sure if Byron, you want to weigh in a little bit as well, but staff were pretty comfortable with splitting them into two.
I believe Maureen's got it right. It was primarily just to separate the two things. Yeah, I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you for that. Further to that then, Councillor Kaufman, you just one line further to that, you've removed requiring the developer to pay for the appropriate share, blah, blah, blah. Has that then been replaced with the new policy on page 174 that ensures the applicants contribute appropriately? So it's not just about the developer, but any applicant? Is that, can you help me with the intent there?
I believe, again, if I recall the conversation, the way I want to recall it, I believe that was Mr. Hawkins identifying that it's not necessarily a developer. These things encompass other than just the developers. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. So it just broadened it a bit. Excellent. Thank you. I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
Yeah, I had a question out of my own policies. Ms. Gehring, I just actually realized I thought I had also submitted a new policy, but I don't actually. Councillor Crowson tweaked me to it, and I actually didn't think about it. I know we had split policy 137, but I also thought I had submitted a policy around trying to address NIMBYism. And I don't see that on here. Maybe I'll hop out of line and do a quick search of my email.
I think Councillor Kaufman and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, that is wrapped into maybe one of Councillor Crowson's amendments as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there is no more questioners in the queue. Are you ready for debate? Bylaw 6265, be it resolved that the amendments to Bylaw 6265 as outlined in Attachment 3 be adopted. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think something that we're all starting with here is thank you very much to staff. This has been an awful lot of work. Ms. Gehring organized I think, all of planning staff to sit with me to go through these amendments. Mr. Bazunas, Mr. Hawkins were present as well and provided very good insight. I appreciate the responsiveness of staff on these and would encourage members of council to support the amendments.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to attachment 4. Moved by Acting Mayor Crowson. Be it resolved that the amendments to bylaw 6265 as outlined in attachment 4 be adopted. Councillor Crowson?
I will, of course, open for questions.
Questions from council? Any questions?
Thank you. Mayor Spearman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just one that I've had at the moment. I'm trying to review my notes quickly. I made too many notes today. I think it was policy 6. Is it policy 6? There was something about, oh yes, include consideration of innovative ownership. And I'm just wondering, is that something that needs a definition attached to it? Or is that self-explanatory to everyone but Jeff Carlson?
I will begin the conversation, though I'm sure Ms. Gearing will have more to add. Whether or not definition is needed will be, I'm open to what my colleagues think. But when you're looking at innovative ownership, it can be cooperatives, it can be shared ownership, and it's just sometimes very difficult to understand all the different ways a building could be owned, and that this would just ensure that we are looking at supporting those multiple ways.
And I'll maybe just add, Councillor Carlson, in terms of defining innovative ownership, that's going to change over time. So I guess maybe you would define it by saying what it isn't, which is sort of the more traditional ways of ownership. So I'm not sure it really needs a definition because, yeah, it will definitely change over time. I hope it does anyway.
Okay. So what are some of the things that are, what type of innovative home ownership is out there now? Are we talking co-ops? Just maybe
in
put it in my...
In terms of the business and commercial aspect of things, co-op is certainly something where you have shared workspaces where people come in and I don't know, perhaps they're just using the space, they don't necessarily own it. There's lots of different things, especially in tech industries, that we want to look at and determining on how we would be looking at best practices through the Lethbridge Commercial and Industrial Development Study and whether or not those things actually transfer into land use bylaw regulations for us so that we're not actually impeding things that are happening. That would be sort of the goal there.
Okay, thank you. Further question I had, I believe it was a new policy. Sorry, scrolling. New policy after policy 90, page 140. Councillor Crowson, it's about opportunities for small scale street fronting commercial units. I'm curious, because I like it, why you went with the low support rather than promote.
Again, Ms. Gearing may have a more definite answer on that, but the reason this policy and policy 90 were sort of changed is I've heard my colleagues and many members of the public as well say, could we recreate a London Road, elsewhere in the community? And that's where this concept has come from. So it really is ensuring that our regulations and our rules are not going to stop it, is part of it. So that's partly why it is support. We may not create it ourselves, but we are more likely the group that will make sure, or we're the group that right now has the rules that probably wouldn't allow it to happen. So by supporting it, we're getting ourselves out of it and letting it happen.
And unless Ms. Gearing has something else to add, I appreciate that. Just don't let our rules get in the way. I kind of wanted to promote it myself, but
yeah, I think the direction in terms of supporting applications for rezonings, I think that's where that language really aligns, because that's really the level at which we would operate.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Worship.
Okay, any further questions on attachment 4? There are none, so we'll go to the resolution from Acting Mayor Crowson. Be it resolved that the amendments to bylaw 6265 as outlined in attachment 4 be adopted. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As others have said, I must thank Ms. Gearing and her staff. When you walk into the meeting and you're like, hey, what about this? And you spout off some idea that you have in your head, and they put it into language that makes sense, and they have ideas for how to make it even better and to support it. It's a wonderful collaborative way of making amendments, and I greatly appreciate the work and support that administration did with helping me make these amendments. And I would ask my colleagues to support these amendments.
Okay, question has been called. Any debate? All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. So now we'll go on to attachment 5 from Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that the amendments to bylaw 6265 as outlined in attachment 5 be adopted. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll open it up for questions, but before I do, I'll do a preemptive strike. Same experience. The administrative staff that worked with me were excellent. I appreciate all their help. But open it up for questions. I spent most of my time reviewing Councillor Crowson's and Councillor Kaufman's amendments. I may not remember mine, so I'm keen to play.
Are there any questions? I see no questions. Go to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry,
Councillor
Spearman,
Kaufman.
Yeah, thank you. Policy 31, add a definition for civic arts. From where did you draw that definition?
I believe Miss Gearing and her team, I asked for a definition. They searched wide and far, and they told me where this came from, but I don't recall.
So thank you, Councillor Carlson. I believe Ms. Heavy Oriole might be able to supply some background where she got the definition from.
The definition came from my own research. There is a policy at the City of Calgary, the City of Los Angeles that has a civic arts policy. After that research, I circulated that to the Island Arts Council, Suzanne Lind. She provided feedback. With that feedback and what I had learned from other cities, Jillian from Arts and Culture, Jillian Bracken provided additional feedback, which aligned with the information that had been gathered through the Rec and Culture Master Plan. And that definition was included in the original MDP that was submitted. And so, although it was requested, it wasn't necessary. It is located in the glossary as it is.
Thank you. So moving it into policy from glossary, what was the reasoning behind that?
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman. I didn't realize it was in the definition. It is referenced in the policy, and so I did ask if we have a definition for what civic arts meant, similar to my question to Councillor Crowson about innovative ownership. If you just say it and you don't know what it means, it's a little out there. So I just asked for a definition, not realizing it was somewhere else in the document. I just added it to definitions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Anything further?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and this is to Councillor Kaufman.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman, we've been researching your comment regarding NIMBY and collaboration. We were going to add that to policy 63, but I don't think it appeared in the proposed amendments that went between us and yourself and City Clerk. So we have sent that wording to Ryan Westerson by email in terms of how we would like to change that policy to include your wording. So I'm not sure if that would be a further amendment to the plan as well, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't forget about that one.
Thank you, Ms. Gehring. I have so many of these, I've forgotten about them. So that's no fault or error on your part. There's a lot of moving parts here, so thank you.
Okay.
So if I can ask Mayor Spearman, is a new amendment being circulated? I guess we could deal with mine, and then I haven't seen anything new, but I didn't understand. Ms. Gehring, are you supplying a new amendment?
Yes, Councillor Carlson. Sorry, this is a bit of a strange process for everybody. This is an amendment that Councillor Kaufman did want us to do, and it did sort of get lost in the shuffle. And so we have supplied wording to Mr. Westerson, understanding that he's in control of all the technology and the screens. And so he's probably the best person, and that would be a new amendment. It's not been included in any of the attachments so far.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the city clerk to provide clarification.
So right now, we're dealing with a number of amendments right now. What I would suggest to council, if they so wish, is we deal with the amendments we have in front of us. There are some other amendments going to be proposed, and at an appropriate time, we'll propose that Councillor Kaufman's new amendment also be added to the list. So just deal with the ones you have in front of you for now, if that's all right.
Okay, thank you. And if we're in debate, Your Worship, once again, I just want to thank my colleagues for reviewing my amendments, and also thank our staff for the hard and dedicated work of putting this all together. I know it was a challenge, but thank you.
Thank you. Any debate on the amendment? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed?
So this is the first set of amendments that came from Councillor Kaufman. He circulated, I think, yesterday. But it hasn't gone to council, been circulated to council. It'll be up on the screen.
Okay, so the next one is from Councillor Kaufman. Be it resolved that City Council amend bylaw 6265 as follows. Policy 127 on page 166 by changing the policy intent and policy action definitions and terms from ensure to promote. And lagging indicator number 14 by changing kilometers of cycling lanes created to cycling ridership. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and my apologies to everyone. Again, as I just expressed to Ms. Gehring, I had so many of these going on. There were two that obviously slipped through my paperwork, slipped through my following up on these things. Policy 127, again, less prescriptive, moving from ensure to promote. We're trying to build our community in a creative way. The development industry wants to be as efficient, wants to be as responsible for the future resources of our community, but there does need to be, referring to the civic art policy, there does need to be some creativity, some innovation, some difference in the way neighborhoods are built. And so this is just moving from the prescriptive, thou shalt have a grid or modified grid, to promote the grid or modified grid. There are places where it makes sense. There are places where you could maybe have something creative, something different. So that's this particular amendment. The lagging indicator number 14, if members of council recall back to the public hearing on April 1st, I had asked about this one as well. And this was about, we can build all the kilometers of cycling lane we want in this community, but if nobody's using them, we'll have great metrics, but we won't have any usership. So this is about trying to capture cycling ridership. And Mr. Hawkins identified that we do have technology that can actually count cyclists. We may pick up some pedestrians as well, but it's ultimately about getting people out and getting people using the infrastructure. So this is about moving that indicator from kilometers of cycling lanes created to actual cycling ridership. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you bringing these forward, Councillor Kaufman. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I would like these to be voted on separately, if that's possible.
Just a motion to divide.
I'm absolutely cool. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So you're proposing a motion to divide.
Yes,
Is there
please.
a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Okay, all in favor of dividing the 2 points? Any opposed? Okay, we'll deal with them separately. Any further questions? Okay, on the first one, policy 127, page 166, amend by changing the policy intent and policy action definitions and terms from ensure to promote. Councillor Kaufman, did you wish to open?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Again, this is really just about creating the opportunity for some creativity, recognizing, excuse me, that everybody is concerned about issues of efficiency and delivery of service. So it's less prescriptive, I think, is the way Mr. Hawkins phrase Mr. Hawkins used earlier. It's less prescriptive, but can still actually manage the outcome that we're looking for, probably in more situations than we understand or recognize. Thank you.
Okay. Debate on this, Councillor Crowson.
Well, it's partly a question, partly debate. And Ms. Geary, maybe you can sort of help me with this. And I know it's, in some ways these are similar, the insure and promote. But one of the things when we build something, there's the building of it, and then there's the long-term use of it. And this is about, my document still hasn't completely opened, but this is about the grid pattern versus more curvilinear, et cetera. What are the advantages of a grid pattern long-term? So I believe I've heard it's more walkable, et cetera. What are the advantages of it for the community and that long-term impact?
So thank you, Councillor Crowson. I guess a couple of things. The first one is grid or modified grid, where you still have some instances of cul-de-sacs and crescents, actually allows for better pedestrian and cycling connectivity as well as better transit service. Having a more connected grid network also allows for perhaps not as many arterial roads to be built. So it's bringing back, I guess, kind of a mixture with the modified grid of having some curvilinear elements, but yet having those straight roads that go up and down, just like the older neighborhoods on the north side and the south side, that just allow for that connectivity to actually occur. And so that was the staff's intent with the wording with the insure. We also understand Councillor Kaufman's sort of intent with the promote, that sometimes you will have instances. So for instance, there are some geographic differences on the west side where we have some hills. We don't see that necessarily on the north side and south side, but on the west side, sometimes accommodating the natural drainage and hills with a curvilinear type road, as opposed to trying to lay out a straight grid there and disrupting the elevations and the natural drainage, actually wouldn't be to some advantages. So we kind of have to look at both. I understand Councillor Kaufman's sort of approach to change it to promote. We do feel, though, that a strictly curvilinear neighborhood like we see on the west side is certainly not something we want to pursue in the future. Our ASPs that have been done speak to that modified grid network, and this is really just sort of codifying that intent in the municipal development plan. There's choice for routes and access. It supports all those travel modes like I've talked about already, and so there is a linkage with the transportation master plan as well.
So are we splitting hairs here? Well-meaning, well-thinking people will get to the same place under insure or promote, or will insure and promote create different cities?
I don't think so, Councillor Crowson, considering the area structure plans that we have currently approved. So I think at this point we actually it is a bit of splitting hairs. And again, this is certainly much more direction than we have in our current MDP to aid staff and developers in the community with understanding how the future neighborhoods are going to look.
So they essentially create the same community, but one would give the developers a little more support in what they are thinking.
Yeah, and I guess the opportunity to have better discussions with staff. So in terms of, it's just not a value set, but right, what are you trying to accomplish? What are the outcomes? Are you actually contributing to something innovative? Are you actually allowing for some natural drainage to occur and stormwater hold as well? So,
okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gearing. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay. Any further questions, debate? Okay, we'll call the question on policy 127. Count Carlson?
I will waive debate. I think Councillor Croson defeated most of my debate through her questioning. For consistency's sake, I will be not supporting this.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Kaufman, to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Well, I will be supporting it. And I think I thank you very much, Ms. Gearing. I think you've outlined the difference. And again, back to the whole prescriptive versus conversation. Ensure this is how it's going to be built, whereas promoting is about initiating conversation. We do have some great interconnectivity in existing ASPs, predominantly in the north and the south. Looking as we move forward on west side development, it does create some additional challenges. So again, we're going to come to the same outcome because, as one of the previous speakers put it, any thinking rational adult will probably settle on what should go there. But it is about promoting the creativity, promoting the individuality of neighborhoods as well. And so I would ask my colleagues to support the amendment to policy 127. Call the question.
Okay, we'll have to do a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Carlson?
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor.
Councillor Higgin?
In favor.
Councillor Morrow?
Opposed.
Councillor Mayashiro?
Opposed.
Councillor Parker?
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Favor.
Mayor Spearman?
Opposed.
So the vote is carried 5-4.
So now we'll move on to the second part. Lagging indicator number 4 by changing kilometers of cycling lanes created to cycling ridership. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think I identified that in my explanation for this. This is about an actual measurable about movement, mobility, usership in our community versus just putting down kilometers of cycling lanes. One will certainly lead to the other. I have no concern about that whatsoever, but it's about measuring cycling ridership so we know what exactly is going on where the rubber hits the road.
Okay, any debate? Councillor Croson.
Not debate, but friendly amendment. Why not just keep both? Why not have kilometers of cycling lanes and cycling ridership?
Thank you, Councillor Croson, because in my mind, and this may just be me, it's about actual people using the infrastructure. I think we'll be incredibly successful of putting kilometers of cycling lane in. It's actually about getting people to use them. So are we creating cycle lanes in applicable or appropriate spots? That's what's going to get people. That's what's going to get people riding. That's what's going to keep us going forward on it. So for me, it's the cycling ridership makes much more sense than just counting the number of kilometers of cycling lane we have created.
And if I can explain why, I'm actually thinking that you'll make a stronger argument for whether we're putting them in the wrong place, et cetera, if you were able to compare how many we built and whether they've actually increased ridership.
if you want to put in a friendly amendment, or if you want
I'd like to make a friendly amendment that you have both kilometers of cycling lanes created and cycling ridership.
Okay,
If you're agreeable.
I see your argument, and at the risk of belaboring the point, I'll actually say no. I would prefer just cycling ridership.
Okay,
But if somebody
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, debate on the amendment.
Well, I think I already opened. I just think it'll give us a chance to compare whether we're actually building the cycling lanes in the right places or building too many, because we'll have both measurements.
Thank you. Okay, any debate on the amendment? No debate, we'll...
Yeah, there's a...
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Miyashiro.
I really like what Councillor Croson said in her description and rationale for having both in. And so on that, I would support the amendment.
Okay, any further debate? I see none. So
I'll call a question.
Question's been called, so roll call on the amendment.
Councillor Kaufman?
Opposed?
Councillor Higgin?
Opposed?
Councillor Morrow?
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro?
In favor.
Councillor Parker?
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
In favor.
Mayor Spearman?
In favor.
Councillor Carlson?
In favor.
So the vote is carried 6-3.
So it now reads lagging indicator number 14 by adding cycling ridership. The amended motion. So any debate on the amended motion? Ready for the question?
Your Worship, Carlson here.
Go ahead.
Just that I really appreciate Councillor Kaufman bringing this one forward. I think the important indicator is going to be cycling ridership, and I think that is super important to add. Councillor Croson convinced me that having an extra metric is not going to hurt. One doesn't take away from the kilometers, does not take away from the important one, which is cycling ridership. And so I fully support this, and I really want to thank Councillor Kaufman for identifying it and bringing it forward.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Miyashiro.
No, sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Anybody else? Councillor Kaufman to close.
Question.
Question's been called. We need to do a roll call vote.
Councillor Higgin?
In favor.
Councillor Morrow?
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro?
In favor.
Councillor Parker?
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Favor.
Mayor Spearman?
In favor.
Councillor Carlson?
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor.
So the vote's unanimously carried 9-0.
Thank you.
So now we're to the amendment. Another amendment from the Kaufman. This is the one.
Okay, another amendment from Councillor Kaufman. Be it resolved that Council amend bylaw 6265, policy 63 as follows. Promote informed public engagement, social cohesion, and understanding in the community regarding housing issues by facilitating community programs and activities that build understanding within the community around the housing continuum and the need for multiple housing forms, address concerns that are not based in misconceptions or stereotypes about priority populations by working with community leaders and residents to make every reasonable effort to respond to community and neighborhood concerns, formalize open house processes where project proponents and community members meet to exchange ideas and help shape a project, connect with other communities to showcase past work, utilize good neighbor agreements and strategies of mutual neighborhood support. Direction, follow the intent of this policy in establishing, maintaining, and facilitating relevant programs and activities aligning with the community well-being and safety strategy. Investigate the potential for implementing a Lethbridge Yes in My Backyard YIMBY team aligning with the municipal housing strategy and make any recommendations to City Council. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I recall correctly, I really got to stop saying that, but if I recall correctly, this came to me as we were sitting in one of our many public hearings we've had over the last little while. And it's really about just taking that fundamental step towards having the community come to a place of understanding of what multiple housing forms mean, of the municipal housing strategy, of the community well-being and safety strategy, and incorporating it in the overall direction of how we wish to transform, where we wish to be in the next 10 years. So this is it's a different approach. I will acknowledge I pirated this from somewhere else. These are not my words, and staff have done an excellent job of adding to them as well. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this motion.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Was this sent to council? Unfortunately, I didn't get to scan it all and take notes.
We just got it and it's up on the screen.
Yeah, my apology, Councillor Carlson. When Councillor Crowson made a reference to a new policy,
I'm just. Can I get a copy, or can I see the whole thing? Sorry, I was trying to follow and scroll, and thank you. Maybe I'll just ask while I'm reading it through you, Your Worship, to the mover or administration. I would like just to hear some thoughts on this. And this doesn't seem, by first reading, to contradict anything that we do. It's just more of a focus to it. Is that correct?
So, Councillor Carlson, yes, from an administration's point of view, what this does is actually raise awareness in the community for us. So when we ask proponents to do this, there is an understanding that this is embedded in the municipal development plan as the way we'd like to operate and the way we'd like to go forward. So it does give us that that rationale that then we can use with both the community and proponents. And it does kind of speak to that first step of dealing with change in a community, and that is raising awareness. And how do you really build a strong foundation? And part of that is through communication, and having a policy like this in the MDP is certainly valuable.
Thank you. And further, Councillor Kaufman, now that I've had a chance to read it, appreciate it. A question, this only deals with housing. Were there other developments or other NIMBY issues that this could be applied to?
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. I'm certain it could be applied to many, many things. Housing is where I settled on, because that's the bulk of what comes to us. Certainly, you can occasionally get into businesses, but I do think that's a different conversation than NIMBYism, but I might see it differently than you or others. again, a friendly amendment is always appreciated. Proposed amendment is always appreciated.
And thank you. I just need to ponder a bit. Some of the recent NIMBY issues we've had weren't really housing; they were service provided. So that's what I was kind of thinking. But I do appreciate the housing strategy because that is a big one. So unless somebody has any input on that, I'm just going to ponder.
Councillor Carlson, originally this did come from the municipal housing strategy. So that's where the idea of the YIMBY team, the Yes in My Backyard team did come from, and that was one of the recommendations from that. Just as a little bit of extra context for you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Are you ready for debate? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think it's self-explanatory. Promote informed public engagement, social cohesion, and understanding in the community regarding housing issues by facilitating community conversations around housing need, housing experience, lived experience, things of that nature. So I'll just open with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will support this amendment. Any further debate?
Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead.
Council just approved the inclusion of a fund for social housing to be included in the CIP. This goes hand in hand with that. This is a way for us to engage the community, to allay any fears, to get the right information out, to dispel rumors and mythology, and to make sure that the community knows exactly what the plans are for social housing. I will fully support this, and I think it'll make the other part of our housing strategy, the actual building and implementation, much easier.
Thank you. Any further debate? I'll ask Councillor Crowson to close, or sorry, Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you to my colleagues for their consideration of this. Again, I apologize for not having this in front of you sooner. Call the question.
Question has been called. Is anyone opposed? It's unanimous in favor. Thank you. Okay, there are no further amendments. So now we're back to second reading of the bylaw.
I do have one, Mayor Spearman. I do have an amendment.
Okay.
It's not going to be elongated one. Sorry, I thought this was sent in, but as I was going through reviewing it all, I noticed that it is not. Policy 60 on page 124.
Okay.
It's going to be very simple to just have that removed. And I can give a little bit of background to it if anybody wants to know what that policy is to support potential options for owners to convert existing motels and hotels by exploring the concentration of these uses and the implications of supporting their conversion to residential use, including but not limited to supportive or affordable housing and relevant in area development, redevelopment plans. So the reason I'm asking to have that amended and pulled is that we've heard overwhelming comments and also concerns regarding direct control rezoning for transitional supportive shelter and shelter housing, especially in the case of hotels and motels. And not that this can't happen, it can obviously happen, and we can, it would just put council be more privy to what is happening when it comes around this, rather than having a policy and then it's a surprise over the wall and council finds out about this and there's nothing really they can do to address some of the community's concerns. So for that reason, it's not that we cannot do it, because I do support looking into this, but I don't want to have it as a policy and I don't think it's needed.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Joe.
Okay. Okay, questions? I have a question for Ms. Gehring, I think. If this policy was removed, would it limit what can be done with existing hotels in terms of converting them to supported housing?
So, to your worship, the mayor, when we did the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan Compliance Initiative, one of the components was the economy and tourism inventory, and it did identify that we had an oversupply of hotels and motels. So we do have some aging hotels in the city, and really what the policy is meant to do is to consider other use for these hotels, such as a residential use. Perhaps the policy isn't worded appropriately. What it really says is that we would look at the possibility of supporting conversion in area redevelopment plans. And so I think if a situation were to come up where a hotel owner was looking to do something different with his hotel and actually turn it into apartments, I guess we wouldn't have the policy in the MDP to support it. So there would be sort of less rationale in that regard. However, it's something that probably as staff, we would still want to bring to council for consideration. So I'm not sure if that helps you or not, but we did see that, you know, these hotels are aging, and we really wanted to provide some direction over what uses would be compatible in them. And certainly the residential use of a hotel to us as staff is compatible. And so I can understand Councillor Higgins' point of view as well. We will just have to deal with that without the supporting documentation in the MDP if these instances happen in the future.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Higgin, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Gehring. A question I have is, and I want to make sure that we all understand, it's not that we are against the idea of the possibility of doing this and converting this to housing, because that's obviously, as you had indicated, is something that could come up. What I see happening is that if this does come in now to your team would probably would come to council or want to address it. Hey, we've got this option that's open, rather than just having a policy and saying yay or nay. It just gives council a better opportunity to be throughout the process, especially on something that's been probably one of the largest things, and I'm just going to pick one of them, and we speak to the Ramada, for example, one of the largest things that has happened in our community and during my tenure on council. And I think as far as it would help, in my opinion, would really strongly help you and your team with some of the concerns that could come out of that. And if you could pass that on to council, and it's something that they could direct the city managers and to look into. So I just think it brings more transparency, I believe. And so for that reason, I want to make sure we can do this. It's just with that out, we can still do that. So is that the case, Ms. Gehring?
Certainly, Councillor Higgin, we've considered this before without having this policy in place. So I really don't think it would change things in that regard. And some of the amendments we've seen today have been in regards to increasing flexibility and not being so prescriptive. So I as well understand where you're coming from with this particular amendment.
Okay, Councillor Mishiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thanks to the mover for bringing this up for discussion. Just to be clear, Ms. Gehring, this is the redevelopment, or this is the use or conversion of hotels, motels into residential use in relation to ARPs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This isn't just grabbing a hotel and saying, we want to use this. This is in relation to a bigger picture redevelopment plan for an area that council has to approve prior to the uses. Is that correct?
There is that council oversight for the area redevelopment plan. And again, through that process, it does give the ability to have that community dialogue and look at the long-term land use in a particular neighborhood. That was staff's intent, but perhaps the wording isn't correct. I'm not sure, but that was our intent, Councillor Miyashiro.
Okay, thank you. No, it's clear to me.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
I think my questions have been answered, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. If I can just back to the mover, Ms. Gering's responded that not having it in there doesn't really change anything. They're looking for that sort of MDP support of having it. If it doesn't change anything, what is benefited or gained by taking it out? That's the part I'm trying to get my head around at the moment. Sorry, that was to Councillor Hagan.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry about that.
I don't know. I'm looking at this and I have received numerous calls on this particular policy, more than any, to be very honest. And maybe that's I'm not sure why that is, but this was the concern of the committee. So really, if it doesn't make any difference one way or another, that would give comfort to the community as well. And so for that reason, I'd like to bring it forward.
Okay, thank you. Question to Ms. Gehring. You've mentioned a potential language change to that.
Actually, I'll jump in here.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't believe that the language needs to be changed. I think it's when you look at the direction, it is very clear that it connects this policy to ARPs. That ultimately, where this would play out for staff in the context of MDP policy, is to provide guidance to us as we consider area redevelopment plans, and again, the notion there is, as Ms. Gehring mentioned before, is that is a statutory process in itself. It provides an opportunity for broad community engagement before an ARP is actually adopted and before that conversion is sort of enshrined or approved through an ARP. That's a higher level look at this thing. What we're really, when she talks about if in the absence of this policy, does anything really change? Well, no, not in the context of a one-off development application or rezoning. Those could still happen in the near or medium or long term in the absence of this policy, even in the absence of an ARP. And we would consider those applications and those proposals on their own merit. So I hope that clarifies it. I don't think we need that. If this policy stays, I think it's pretty clear in my mind what it's intended to do.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just so I can make it like in reality sort of a thing so that I'm clear on this. For example, if I'm say someone like the mustard seed, and I come to you and I say, the Days Inn is available for sale. I come to you and you say to me what? And I want it for, housing for clients. Then you will say to me what?
So, Councillor Campbell, our usual process would be to look at what the zoning is in the particular area. Look at
specifically, that's the Days Inn. That's where I'm going. So we'll look at the zoning at that spot there, but not necessarily an area, an ARP.
Actually, the downtown does have an ARP.
Okay.
And so we would look at that and see what sorts of direction are in there. We would look at the municipal development plan and see what types of direction are in there to determine whether or not that would be suitable, that we could actually support. And then there's a lot of investigation we do afterwards in terms of infrastructure and servicing. But the first look is always to the statutory plan framework and the zoning.
So with this, what we have in there right now, would that help you with your decision, or would help with explaining to the mustard seed what's going on as it is right now.
It would. In that particular case, the downtown ARP would not say anything about this particular policy, right? It would have to be amended to include this policy. Councillor Campbell, I guess where we look at things is we do have hotels occurring in various areas in the city. Some of them are covered by ARP, some are not. And as Councillor Crowson and I discussed in the public hearing process, as we move out from some of the older neighborhoods, we start looking at some of the other neighborhoods. We look at some of the corridors, like the warehouse area that's looking at an ARP. Perhaps in the future, it's something like Mayor McGrath Drive as a corridor that has an ARP. And so what we're trying to do is set the framework for the long-term look and future of those new areas, right?
I understand, and I'm just trying to get it into my mind, because I understand the frustration with certain businesses and what has happened, and whether or not that clause that Councillor Hagan wants removed would make a difference. That's what I'm just trying to get at, to appease both citizens and to those who want to develop. And since we just sort of passed a thing that says we want to help create those things, it's sort of counterintuitive in my mind. So
okay,
I think that helped. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Sorry, I'm trying to lower my hand here. To the mover, we've had quite a discussion around this, and I did get, obviously not as voluminous as yours. I got one comment on this. I think one comment that I recall on this policy. The discussion we've had, because I'm trying to clarify between what the policy actually says and what people are assuming it means. So I'm trying to figure out if that's a distinction in your mind, that it may be a misunderstanding of what the policy is saying.
No, actually, when I looked through it and went to each of these individuals, and much highly more educated than that of myself, had pretty much said that this would give it to the admin level to make approval if the policy is there, rather than, because if you see here, it's support potential options for owners to convert existing motels and hotels by exploring the concentration of these uses and the implications of supporting their conversion to residential uses, including but not limited to supportive and affordable housing. And so in relevant ADP area redevelopment plans, I still see that it doesn't make a difference if it is gone by what I've heard. And so I from what I read and what others believe to read, if it's gone and if it doesn't make a difference to administration at that level, I'm just not sure why it needs to be there.
But can I just follow up on that, Councillor Hagan?
Sure.
Because what you just said was this hands over the authority to staff, and that is not my reading of this at all. Can somebody from administration help me? Maybe I've read it wrong.
No, Councillor Carlson, certainly any area redevelopment plan as a statutory plan needs to be approved by council. So that authority is still vested with council in terms of that decision.
Thank you, because I think that was part of the gist of the comment I heard, was that you're just letting staff approve these, and that is not true, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
If I can add to that, Councillor Carlson, it takes maybe the organization that is in looking at this, or that whatever the private company is that's wanting to purchase this, our administration are going to start the conversation with this group according to this policy, and you can have that conversation prior to coming to council. So I'm just thinking that I understand that we're going to be the ones to approve the area redevelopment plan, but it may come sooner rather than later, before organizations are putting or dispensing money that they don't need to, as far as preparing to take over a hotel, for example, or a motel. That's just the way that I've seen it, and if that is not right, I sorry, it's anyone that I spoke to has thought it to be the same thing, so that's why it's here.
Okay, and Thank you for that. And because that was going to be my follow-up question. Is there any language, and I'll put this through to administration, sorry to throw this at you. Is there any language that could be added to this policy or the direction that would give some comfort? I've used that word a lot, I'm sorry. Some comfort or clarity to folks who may have read this and interpreted it one way where that's not the intent. Has any language been thought of that could help?
So one of the things staff has talked about, Councillor Carlson, is actually deleting the bracketed statement, which says including but not limited to supported or affordable housing. So, and perhaps you could speak with Councillor Higgin on this. If it was just exploring the conversion to residential use, would that make any difference without perhaps highlighting that particular statement in the brackets? And again, that was only, again, a thread to the municipal housing strategy. So
now
I appreciate that. I'll sorry, go ahead, Councillor Hagan.
Actually, just to speak to one of your questions there, Councillor Carlson, if this was not to pass, I did have an additional amendment, and maybe that's something that I could say what could happen as far as deleting the bracketed words as Ms. Gehring said, including but not limited to supportive or affordable housing, and replace them with limited to permanent affordable housing and market rental housing. That's another option. So, I mean, if this doesn't, I'll let you know that I'm going to be bringing this forward as an additional amendment then. I would prefer it to be gone, obviously. Yeah, that's why I brought that forward first, is it doesn't sound like it needs to be there.
Okay, thank you. And just a question to administration again. Without this, if this was removed, does much change? And I'll just, in my own experience, I've had relatives far flung out on the West Coast that have done a lot of conversions of hotels, especially in Victoria, the West Coast, to amazing residential complexes. And they've always said to me, without the city's support, which I know this is just support, it's not even promote, it's only support, but without the city's support, those would never have occurred. Is it important to have this in, or will it change much whether it's gone or not?
So it's an interesting discussion, Councillor Carlson. The way the policy is written now, certainly we would have engagement during the ARP process, and certainly stakeholders within that neighborhood could say that they're not interested in that. Right. So in addition to dealing with the actual commercial owners, we would be dealing with other stakeholders as well. And we may get that direction that this isn't something they want to pursue. So the converse may actually happen as well, right? Administration is very split in this particular instance. I will say, though, that Councillor Higgins' wording to limit it to specific types of residential is perhaps more problematic than not having the policy at all. So I will offer that.
And I would agree. It sounds like self-imposed NIMBYism, but thank you.
It would just be hard to work with. So.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And I apologize if any of this has been covered. I had to step away very quickly because of something that came up. Ms. Gehring, when we're looking at this, the places where we have had people wanting to buy places and do them are in places that don't have ARPs. So, I mean, having an ARP actually gives guidance, support, control, etc. through council resolution. Not having an ARP, this can happen anyways, without any control, oversight, or anything. So doesn't this actually give more oversight than the situation we're in now?
Yeah, so what we're dealing with, or what we have been dealing with, is really those one-off situations, Councillor Crowson, and what we were trying to do is actually set up that framework to have that discussion for future.
So in fact, some of the concerns might actually be alleviated in this, because as you said earlier, ARPs have hearings, ARPs are bylaws, ARPs have the conversation. So having it through an ARP actually increases the public conversation around this very issue.
That would be our thought process as well, Councillor Crowson.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Any further questions?
I have one, Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead.
To Ms. Gehring, but I think I heard you say that not all of the locations that have these properties, hotels throughout the area, have ARPs. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Higgin. Correct today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, on to debate. Councillor Higgin?
I'll close. Thank you.
Any debate from councillors? Okay, Councillor Higgin to close.
Thank you. I guess there's not a whole pile to add to this that we haven't already discussed. I think we've heard early in the discussion that if it's there or not, it shouldn't make much of a difference at all. So with that, I'll just call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. Is anyone opposed?
Opposed?
Yes, I'm opposed.
Opposed.
Opposed?
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Councillor Morrow?
Favor.
Councillor Mayashiro?
Opposed?
Councillor Parker?
Favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson?
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman?
Opposed?
Councillor Carlson?
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman?
Opposed?
Councillor Higgin?
In favor.
So the motion is defeated 3-6.
Hey, Councillor Higgin, did you have another motion?
You know what? Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to bring it forward. So on the same thing on policy 60, that we delete the bracketed words including, but not limited to, supportive or affordable housing, and replace them with limited to permanent affordable housing and market rental housing. So let me read that again. The first one deleted is including, but not limited to, supportive or affordable housing, and replace them with the words limited to permanent affordable housing and market rental housing.
Okay. Questions from council? Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that, Joe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Carlson, question?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just threw you to the mover. Would you be open to just removing the reference to supportive and affordable housing, but not limiting what possibilities there may be?
So, sorry, what's that again? So you'd want to...
I would support removing the bracketed section, but I also wouldn't want to limit it.
So by deleting the brackets, no, I won't take that as a friendly. You can put an amendment in if you like, but yeah, I won't take it as a friendly.
Oh, thank you. My second question was, if you wanted to keep it in there, would you be including but not limited to permanent affordable housing and market rental? So it still highlights what you're interested in, but it doesn't limit it.
So sorry, I'm just reading through here. So take out the not limited.
Just add including but not limited to permanent affordable housing and market rental housing.
And before it would also have included but not limited to supportive or affordable housing. So you're saying both of them would be, you're adjusting,
no,
sorry.
It would be removing any reference to supportive or what is it right now? Hang Supportive, removing the reference to supportive or affordable housing. So I understand what you want to do there, but instead of just limiting it to, say including but not limited to. So it highlights the permanent affordable housing and market rental housing.
If you can actually put that up there, Ryan, that'd be great. Just to have a CISO including but not limited to. Not limited to. Well, it's going to put it to pretty much what the policy 60 is. I can't see much difference there. Okay. But so no, I won't take that.
No worries. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, move on to debate. Councillor Hagan.
I'll close.
Any debate? Is anyone opposed to this resolution, this amendment as proposed?
Opposed.
Yes, opposed.
Okay, we'll do.
You got, sorry, Mayor Spearman, you got Councillor Carlson who's got his hand up, and Councillor Hagan said he wanted to close.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, you just moved straight to the vote, so sorry.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Okay, sorry, I kept my hand up by accident, by my mistake.
Okay, Councillor Hagan to close.
Thank you. I think I see where this is going, so I'll just call for the vote.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
So the vote is defeated 3-6. So we.
Okay, so now we're back to second reading on the motion.
Mayor Spearman?
Yes.
Just because we've had some good discussion on this and there was some confusion in the community, I'm wondering if I can propose an amendment to policy 60 just to remove the bracketed words. So it does support conversion to residential uses, but it doesn't highlight one use over another.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that'll provide some clarity to folks.
Any questions? Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Questions? Debate. Councillor Carlson?
Just as I said, Your Worship, I hope this will help provide some clarity and remove some of the confusion around this policy.
Okay. Anybody else wish to debate? Is anyone opposed?
Hagan.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
So that motion's carried 7-2.
Okay, thank you. So now we're back to the bylaw as amended for second reading. Whereas Section 632 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26, requires every council of a municipality to adopt a municipal development plan. Now, therefore, the Council of the City of Lethbridge in the Province of Alberta duly assembled enacts as follows. The document that is attached hereto as Schedule A forms part of this bylaw and shall be known as the Municipal Development Plan. Bylaw 5650 is hereby repealed, and this bylaw shall come into full force and effect on the date of final passing. Okay, moved by Councillor Kaufman, be it resolved that bylaw 6265, Municipal Development Plan, be given second reading as amended. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And again, and I don't think this can be said enough, thank you very much to staff for all the work that has been undertaken here. When council embarked on this process 30 years ago, it seems, but it was something like 2. We, of course, wanted to start with sort of the foundation, the bones of the ICSP MDP, our existing municipal development plan, and look at creating a stronger document, a better document, a document that perhaps provides a little more guidance both to the organization and to the community. And the feedback that I've received on this has been predominantly the format which is presented is very clear. It is very useful. It is very practical. There are, of course, always concerns about some prescriptive aspects of it, and there are concerns, as we just went through, about some recommended or suggested aspects of it as well. Ultimately, it comes down to being a document that's going to provide an overview to the community. We're always sensitive, I know as members of council, and I'm certain the organization is sensitive to this as well, that this is a document about a conversation. It's outlining values, it's outlining direction, it's outlining a place that we'd like to be 10 years, 20 years, 40 years from now, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a hard and fast. It needs to be a conversation with the community, and it needs to be an understanding that we may all want the same end, but the process of getting there may actually be different for each of us. So it has to be about having a conversation with amongst ourselves and certainly with the community. So I also should recognize the number of people in our community that participated through this process as well. Thank you. It's not just enough to elect a council and then disappear for 4 years. This is very much a journey, and it's the input, it's the identification, it's the statements, it's the values that are being added as well from the community that have helped to transform this document, help to strengthen it, help it to make it where it is today in front of us as council. So with that, I'll leave for opening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just for city clerk, and so when we're searching things, I did actually move second reading, but Councillor Kaufman has provided such a brilliant opening and preamble that I think he should be recognized as the mover of second reading.
That's good.
I didn't realize it was me. So that was all off the top of my head. I would be happy to give it back to you.
Either way, just for clarity's sake, I thought we should know. But I would just add my support. I would also like to thank all the citizens, all the stakeholders, our administration and our staff that spent at least 2 years on this. I think Councillor Parker and I were part of the MDP nearly a decade ago. We know it's quite a process that you go through. We appreciate all the work that's been done on it. I would also like to thank my colleagues for the work they've done in reviewing the document, providing amendments, and providing their thoughts and feedback. I think it is a good document, and I would ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. And again, too, I'd like to thank the staff for the unbelievable work they've done in putting this plan together for us to take shots at. I'd like to thank the public that's been involved, as Councillor Carlson said, for a couple of years to get us to where we are. And as Councillor Kaufman said, this provides a guidance for the city in terms of development and growth over time. And it's something I think once it's approved, we can be really proud of. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for the thoughtful amendments that they put forward towards this document. I'm in full support of this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to congratulate administration for the amazing work that's gone into this. I kind of sit back in awe. There's an old Latin saying that says, "Qui fecit caelum et terram tusiusque ecclesiae sui sanctae," which I think means that's a lot of words. So that's a remarkable job, and I really want to thank the members of council, my colleagues that just did a lot of work, and I'm quite amazed at the kind of work that's been done. So it's an incredible document, and I'm in full support.
Anybody else? Okay. Who'd like to close? I think there was a debate about who should open, but.
Mayor Spearman, I put my hand up.
Pardon? Who?
My hand up, Blaine?
Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, given some thought over this over the past while, and I'm glad that we've actually, you know, had additional time to go through this, because there has been some concerns out there that a lot of them have been addressed in the amendments that have come forward today. And if they weren't addressed or weren't supported, and I'm speaking probably to mine mostly because I think all the others have, I hope that the conversation out there is administration has heard loud and clear what some of the concerns that the community has, and that those would be looked into. So although I was not really in favor of supporting this with some of the concerns that are out there, I do understand that we do need to have this moving forward. And if we do need to tweak it at a later time, I think that is just fine as well. So with that, I will support.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Jeff, to close.
If it's up to me, Your Worship, I will just call for the vote.
Thank you. The good news is we'll have another public hearing after second reading. Oh. Okay. Are any opposed? So it's approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay. All right, now we're going to go back in the agenda to 5.3. Civic Works Standing Policy Committee Micro Mobility E-Scooters. The resolution from Acting Mayor Crowson, be it resolved that Council adopt the recommendation of the Civic Works Standing Policy Committee and undertake a micro mobility pilot. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As the chair of the Civic Works SPC, I'm honored to bring this recommendation first, which was passed at our May 6th Civic Works SPC meeting. And what we are recommending, as it says, is a pilot on this. This would be part of a multimodal transportation system. And we would be looking at having rentable battery-powered e-scooters or e-bikes or e-bikes throughout the city. Riders would use a smartphone app to locate, pay for, and unlock these rideable devices, ride to their destination, and then park. We are looking at this because Lethbridge is a desirable market because of our higher than average youth population, our post-secondary institutions, and our the way our community is set out. What we are proposing is an implementation plan. There will be a competitive process where one or more groups would be selected to help run the pilot. The pilot would be run, and then they would report back to Civic Works. This is being suggested because we are looking to support our transit system and help to provide that last mile solution. This would provide better connections for residents, support active living, and support local businesses. One of the things we learned about during the May 6th presentations was that this can have a very positive impact on the economy, as people who are using these tend to also then go and support local businesses. What we know from the presentations that this will be cost neutral to the city. That doesn't mean there won't be any cost. There will be staff time. 311 will be answering questions. Transportation, parking enforcement will also be involved. We have to understand there might be some risk. We'll have a new class of vulnerable users. And so we have to try to understand all of that as part of the pilot. There will be community engagement throughout the pilot if we go ahead with this, because we'll have to understand how certain aspects work. Will there be sidewalk clutter? Are we increasing the opportunity or the possibility of collisions? What will happen throughout the process? So what we are recommending, as I said, is a pilot, and that is sort of what we're seeing as the implementation plan. At this point, I will take questions, and I hope staff is also here to help answer any questions my colleagues may have.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Crowson, for bringing this forward. I appreciated being allowed to sit in on your committee and listen. I had to leave. Some of the questions I had in community were around not just this, but also the bike rentals. I think in Montreal they're called the Bixby's, where you don't just rent scooters, but you can also rent a bike. Was that discussed at all at the SPC, or will that be discussed at some point?
The corporations that we had presenting that day have both e-bikes and e-scooters. They suggested reasons why you might want to go to one or the other, so they actually had a table looking at both of those. I think as part of the pilot, I know from the people I've talked to, they'd like to see both tried. So that might be something we can do in the pilot to look at both. I see Mr. Hawkins has popped on. He may have more to add to that as well.
No, I think Councillor Crowson, you covered it all. They're the full suite of e devices, micro mobility devices, is potentially on the table at this point. So, but we are going to work with the vendors in terms of what they, given the Lethbridge market and location and those kinds of things, but they see as the most viable. So there's still a fair bit of work to be done, engaging with them to set this pilot up, but we'll keep council apprised of what that looks like.
Thank you. Further to that, is it only E, which I imagine was electric? Because what some folks were asking for was just the bikes. We've had visitors from all over the country that have access to the actual human-powered bikes in other communities, and they wanted to go into our River Valley system and explore, and because they're only here for 3 days, they didn't know how to get a bike to go for a ride. I think one of our local bike shops actually provided them with bikes just so they could do that for the day. It was lovely. But is that part of the suite of options, or just the e-bikes for now?
It's electronic right now. Bird and Lime are the two vendors that we're talking to, and that is all that they specialize in.
Okay, thank you.
One of the advantages of the electronic over the human-powered is that concept of geofencing, where they can actually set a very distinct area for them. So you don't have as many things go missing because they actually stop working outside of a certain area. So I think that is why the vendors are looking to the e-stuff, is because they are much easier to maintain and handle.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A couple of questions I have to administration or who can answer this. I had the opportunity to sit in on that meeting too and listen to the conversations, but a question that I had, and it's still, I know that the answer that came back is that the insurance is no problem. They've got it covered, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I know that, being around the block a time or two when it comes to lawsuits and seeing them out there, is that a lot of time, even though there's coverage, if someone is injured on one of these scooters, they'll obviously go, they're insured, the company is insured, but usually they'll take they'll add anyone into the I guess the insurance, the claim, and City of Lethbridge would obviously be in there as well, whether we're covered or not. It's just something that they do. They throw us on the wall, whatever sticks. And so you'll pick anybody and anyone that could be part of this. So my question is this something that has been looked into, and is there any concern around the insurance side of things, and as far as the liability for the city?
I can start, but I'll defer to the city solicitor if I could too. Clearly, insurance is a will be a big issue and a big concern in terms of any agreement that we strike with these particular vendors. Because as you say, Councillor Higgin, there is a liability, there is a risk associated with this. But yeah, maybe Mr. Lowen could just fill that in.
Thanks. The process that we'll go through will include a minimum standard for proof of insurance, and we'll develop what that minimum standard and coverage is in consultation with both IRM and our current insurers. And we've got the benefit of talking to Edmonton and Calgary and other cities that have already gone through a pilot for a number of years, so we have some sense of what the risk is that we'll be attracting, and we'll just ensure that whatever the successful applicant provides is appropriate insurance.
Thank you. My next question is, we do have a lot of seniors in our community that do a lot of the shopping in the downtown core, which I know that a lot of these scooters would probably reside mostly. And as far as that safety concern, has there been anything and I'm not just talking seniors, it could be anyone for that matter, because I know I've got 2 daughters that would really be very disappointed if I didn't support this, that have been using them in Calgary and Edmonton, but they have, mentioned to me many of the concerns with not just those riding, but hitting others, and I guess it's just something that has really come up. And anytime I search online after that meeting, there was that concern with liability, and it was huge. And the reason I brought that forward was because, as far as the city being away from being sued, for example, is that, again, they're always brought in. I'm sure, Mr. Lowen, you could probably agree to that. Although we're covered, we'd probably be asked to be part of that case. And so it's a big concern of mine, probably the biggest one. I love it, but that is a big concern. I guess it's kind of debate, I should say. Is that correct, Brian or Mr. Lowen, that there is that liability issue?
Definitely, there's every likelihood that we would be named as well as the company, and so that's why we'd require that we be a co-insured under the policy that we require in the process.
Thank you.
So that the cost of defending it isn't on the taxpayer.
Okay, thank you. That's very important. Thanks for answering that.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you. I just want to also add from the presentations, and Mr. Hawkins can confirm this, if there's an area that we know a lot of people are in, so certain streets, we can actually, or the company can actually set different speed limits at different places. So if there's areas downtown that we, 6th Street, for example, maybe we set a lower speed limit on that street, and we try to think of ways to decrease any possibility of anyone getting hit, etc. You can't mitigate everything, but with these electronic devices, it's incredible what they actually can control.
Yeah, the part of the setting up the pilot, Councillor Croson, is to determine the location. They can geofence. They can put a electronic governor on these things to reduce to limit the maximum speed. We'll have to make a decision as to where they're permissible to ride, whether it's on a sidewalk or not. And again, you can limit. They can electronically signal these things to prevent them from actually operating in prohibited zones. So there's a lot of capabilities associated with that. And again, the pilot will determine sort of what those boundaries and those limitations are. And because we do want to make for a safe commute for folks and a safe experience for folks. And these companies, they want exactly the same thing.
Any further questions? Councillor Higgin?
Thank you. We've heard this again in the meeting, but I want to make sure that I brought this up, that there is zero charge to the community. This is sole on the backs of the providers that are going to be, or whoever is selected to do this, correct?
That's correct. This will be a no-cost arrangement that we'll have with the successful proponents.
And they will do all of the painting if there's needs parking, etc. That will all be through them as far as rental space. There's nothing that I guess what I'm getting to is the city have anything they're putting out, if it's storage locations or giving up parking stalls so that these could be there. Is there anything that the city is going to be adjusting because of this that could cause concerns later?
Well,
As I noted, as I noted in my introduction, we will have 311 time because people will be answering questions. There will be parking and enforcement time and transportation time. So there will be staff time that will be part of this throughout the pilot because they will be testing things. So there certainly will be staff time, but it is cost neutral to the city overall.
But I heard that, if I remember in the SPC, that the city would be billing for some of that time and the extra. Is that not correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
okay.
They will cover our direct costs associated with this.
Okay, perfect. And that's everything. Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Crowson, acting Mayor.
I will close. Okay. I will close. Thank you.
Okay. Any councillors wish to debate? I will support this. It's a new opportunity for our city and our citizens and those that visit. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yes, I too will support this. I was hesitant on the insurance side of things, but I think we've got a reply back from our legal that that shouldn't be an issue, and if it is an issue, it would be covered by the provider. So I think it's a great idea, something to try. I don't know if it's something we'll continue on with, because I know we've got different weather, but I know in the discussion in the SPC, they're bigger tires. There's a little further you can go with these, which is important as well. So, and with it being a pilot program, if it doesn't work, we know that we can always decide against the full implementation. So with that, I will support.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will be supporting it too. You got to give it a chance. I don't know how successful it'll be compared to those bigger communities like Vancouver, Edmonton, and Calgary, but I see this being a real success in the river valleys. We have a paved area. I can see it being almost hosted down at the Fort Whoop-Up, where people can go down there, grab one, rent it, check out our whole trail system. I've been told that it can not only go on asphalt, but it can also go on to shale. And so I think it's a great idea. You can't hurt if you don't try, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I'll be supporting the pilot as well. This is about trying to demonstrate that, or trying to explore the opportunities within our community. I hope administration has heard as well what Councillor Carlson had said, because the idea of bikes is another option for our community. Some of us perhaps a little older, struggling with our balance. I prefer the two solid wheel seat and handlebars versus a scooter. But well, I will always make a data and evidence-based decision. Anecdotally, our daughter uses these quite frequently in Edmonton. Most of the students, actually those at NAIT or McEwen, will use it to get across the high-level bridge to go to White Avenue. Those like my daughter who at U of A will use it to go across the bridge to get downtown. She's also identified on several occasions that during the workday she has seen people in suits and people in skirts. Seems to be going from meeting to meeting or building to building in the downtown core as well. She's never witnessed an accident. I did certainly ask about that. I've also asked her why she was downtown in the afternoon and not in class, but that's another conversation. But the big thing she seemed to identify, what we would probably find here, and it'll be interesting to test this now, is that there's going to be a lot of movement between the university and downtown. This is a type of mobility that appeals to a younger crowd for sure. Access to the River Valley is immediate when you're heading downtown, but it's something that gets you across the River Valley very quickly and very conveniently. And it's going to create greater opportunity again for our retail and retail downtown, as well as other parts of the west and south side. So I think the pilot's an excellent idea, and I will support this.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I too will support this. And in reference to what Councillor Kaufman said about not having balance, these commercial electrified scooters are almost self-balancing because they're so wide and long, and the batteries in the bottom, so the center of gravity is very low on them. They're not like those ones you see buzzing around our pathways now, the ones that are just retail versions, which are probably more dangerous for people around my age. But I believe the electrified ones, the commercial ones, are far safer to use. Again, echoing what my colleagues have said about ease of use and getting around town for people and getting to the river valley and across the river. These are things that we've aspired to for some time, and this is just the first step. I will support this.
Okay, any further debate? I'll ask Councillor Acting Mayor Crowson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spear, and thank you everyone for your comments. What sold me during the debate or in the discussion at SBC came from Lime's presentation, and I realized it was part of their sales pitch. But 81% of riders report visiting local businesses more when scooters are present, and 97% said they visited a local business while on the scooter. During a 6-month economic impact of micro-mobility study, for every single e-scooter they had available, it delivered approximately $921, and this is American dollars, in incremental revenue for companies in the food and beverage sector. This has the potential not only to provide transit options for residents, but it also has the benefit to greatly support our local businesses who need it now more than ever. And so here we have something that we can pilot that will support businesses and the community during this recovery that we hope to have happening very soon. So I'll ask my colleagues for support, and I will call the question.
Okay, question's been called. Are any opposed? I hear none. So it's unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to 5.4, Urban Forest Management Plan, 2021 to 2041. Be it resolved that the City Council adopt the recommendations of the Civic Works Standing Policy Committee and approve the guiding principles, strategic goals, objectives, and recommended priorities contained in the Urban Forest Management Plan to be used to provide guidance in urban forest management. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This too was presented to Civic Works on May 6th, and as the chair, I am bringing forward a recommendation from Civic Works that we approve this the guiding principles, strategic goals and objectives, etc., of the Urban Forest Management Plan. Our urban forest faces challenges. We have a very difficult growing conditions here in Lethbridge. There is a need for better tree protection. Our trees face pests, disease, invasive species, climate change, and more. We also have an aging tree population. We also know that our urban forest, though, is an incredible community asset and very much beloved by our residents. At this time, there are approximately 47,000 trees along streets, in our parks, and on other city-owned land, as well as the trees that we have in the river valley. The value of our trees only increases as they get older, though of course all of them will eventually need replacing. And what this management plan is about, it's about the care, the replacement, the maintenance, etc. of our urban forest. This is a 20-year strategy. It was developed with input of stakeholders and members of the public, and it includes monitoring process as well, so we'll know if we're being successful, including criteria and indicators. The urban forest, as I said, is an incredible asset. Having the urban forest increases property values and reduces energy costs. It makes our spaces more inviting. It helps to decrease the UV exposure. It helps to decrease stress as we have time to spend in nature, and increases our social interaction, having an attractive place to meet, and is important for outdoor recreation. It also benefits our environment by decreasing air pollution and increasing air quality. It protects our soil against erosion. It stores and sequesters carbon, and so much more. So we have this incredible asset which needs to be maintained, and this is the plan that is developed to help maintain it over the next 20 years. And if there are any questions about the plan, it is a very comprehensive plan. I will then now open for questions.
Any questions from council? I hear none. Debate. Councillor Crowson?
I will close if there's any debate.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. One of the big things that I took away from the presentation about the urban forest management plan is that we have 47,000 trees in our parks and streets. There's an economic value of $93 million. It helps increase property values by a number of different things. Makes the urban area more livable, removes carbon, as Councillor Croson said. It also produces oxygen in great amounts. It buffers the winds to reduce heating demands. It's a wildlife retreat, and it cools heat islands in the city. This is something that I think is a great investment for City Council to look at supporting, and I will fully support this.
Okay. Any further debate? I hear none. I will support this. It's important to have a plan. Thank you, Acting Mayor Croson, for bringing it forward. Acting Mayor Croson, would you like to close, please?
No, I don't think it takes much time looking at old photographs to know that all of these trees that we have in the city, except for the ones in the River Valley, have been planted. We benefit from what people in the past did to grow these trees, protect these trees, and we owe it to future generations as well as ourselves to protect them going forward. And with that, I will call the question.
Question's been called. Are any opposed? Okay, that is passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to 5.5, sale of 0.119 acres, 0.048 hectares, more or less, and 0.017 acres, 0.007 hectares, more or less, portions of Road Plan 4142JK. Moved by Councillor Parker that resolved that Council approve the land sale of 0.119 acres, 0.048 hectares, more or less portion of Road Plan 4142JK to Alberta Social Housing Corporation, and 0.17 acres, 0.007 hectares, more or less portion of Road Plan 4142JK to ATCO Gas and Pipelines Limited, with the terms of sale as follows. Alberta Social Housing Corporation, 0.119 acres, purchase price $6,545, closing date June 30th, 2021, and ATCO Gas and Pipelines Limited, 0.017 acres, purchase price $935, closing date June 30th, 2021, and approve that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the agreement. Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'll entertain any questions of my colleagues to either administration or, of course, Mr. Kelly at this time.
Are there any questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as council knows, we were presented this a few weeks back in regards to this option to sell. And these are two pieces of land that are not strategic in use to the city of Lethbridge, and due diligence has occurred through all departments. And there is no reason why we shouldn't be allowing both these organizations to purchase these lands, and that it'll be more strategic probably in their planning than it is for us. So I'd ask for council support.
Okay, is anyone opposed? Okay, all in favor, so it's unanimous. Thank you. And now we'll move on to submission 5.6, development-based incentives, urban core programs, moved forward by Deputy Mayor Campbell. Be it resolved that Council combine all funding provided to the 3 urban core incentive programs into one fund as opposed to independent allocations, and 2, approve an additional $2 million from the Municipal Revenue stabilization reserve towards the urban core incentive programs. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I see Andrew Malcolm is here. If there are any questions.
Are there any questions from council? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to City Manager or City Treasurer, perhaps. The $2 million increase from the MRSR. I'm always concerned about the health of that reserve. Is this the most appropriate funding source? If council wanted to increase it.
If council wanted, sorry?
If council wanted to increase the incentive programs?
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Carlson, this is where it came from before. I think it's up to council, you know, the decision about how we want to incentivize going forward. Could we have some pressures on our reserves? Probably. It's just about kind of balancing the interim and what council wants to support at this point in time.
Thank you for that further question, and I hate to bring this up after we spent a week on it. Would there be any funding from our CIP program, pardon me, our capital improvement plan, that could be used for these type of incentives, or even part of them, to try and limit the depletion of the MRSR?
At this point, there's about $5 million left, including the $6 million in grant funding and from the federal gas tax that we added during the week. And then that's after the $10 million has been set aside or allocated by economic. So we could use pay-as-you-go community, given that it's the most flexible. It wouldn't be eligible for the grants, given that it's more operational in nature, I would suggest, but that could be a possibility as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkston.
Okay, any other questions? I see none. We'll move to debate. Councillor Campbell.
Well, the city, this has come out of programs that have happened that have had some great success, and there's definitely value in permitting the pooling of funding and bolstering the financial commitment of that $2 million. And I think it's an excellent allocation of funds and a great initiative for the city. And I'll ask for my colleagues' support.
I will support this. This is catalytic funding. It's the private investors have to invest money themselves. City provides money as well. So in general, there is a big net benefit in the city of Lethbridge, and certainly our incentive programs are ones that other communities are looking at. Their success, as indicated, has led to us having to fund the programs more with fewer restrictions. So I will support this as well. Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, I just forgot to bring my hand down.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Deputy Mayor Campbell to close.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. Is anyone opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
Yes, Joe. Yeah, no, yes, Joe, opposed.
Okay. Anybody else, or do we do a roll call vote? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Deputy Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Mayashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
The motion's carried 8-1.
Thank you. Okay, 6.2. We have an official business resolution, support for the 988 crisis line. Whereas the federal government, this is from Acting Mayor Croson, whereas the federal government has passed a motion to adopt 988, a national 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline, and whereas the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has increased the demand for suicide prevention services by 200%, whereas existing suicide prevention hotlines require the user to remember a 10-digit number and go through directories or be placed on hold, and whereas in 2022, the United States will have in place a national 988 crisis hotline, and whereas Lethbridge City Council recognizes that there is a significant and important initiative to ensure critical barriers are removed to those in a crisis and seeking help. Therefore, be it resolved that Lethbridge City Council endorses this 988 crisis line initiative, and further be it resolved that the mayor be directed to send a letter indicating such support to the local MP, MLAs, Federal Minister of Health, the CRTC, and local area municipalities to indicate our support. Acting Mayor Croson and Councillor Miyashiro.
Yes, we are co-sponsoring this, so I will start, and if Councillor Miyashiro has any more to add, definitely he can. So what this underscores is that events such as the pandemic highlight weaknesses in our system, and we know that there are weaknesses in our mental health system and that we can make it better to provide better support for people in our community and across the country. And this is been coming forward from the federal government. MP Rachel Harder sent this out, and Councillor Miyashiro and myself decided that we should bring this forward for discussion amongst our colleagues. One of the things we know is that there are lines out there that people can call. Many are 1-800 lines. And when somebody is in desperate need of help, when they are suicidal, trying to remember a 1-800 number is virtually impossible. This would give a simple 3-digit number that would then give them access to trained professionals who could support them. And one of the things they're finding where places that have gone to this is that it is supporting people who are suicidal. It is, in many cases, saving their lives, quite honestly. And what this does is it ensures that the people at the end of the line are well trained. Right now, many people are calling 911 or other numbers. And while the people on those lines are trying their best, they are not the mental health experts that people require. And this would give a dedicated line for anyone who requires it. And so with that, I will open and see if Councillor Miyashiro has anything to add.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Croson, for bringing this up and having the discussion with me about this. What the crisis hotline can do, the suicide crisis hotline, it can also tie into local hotlines as well. So they have that ability to have that ability to connect. As we know, through COVID-19 isolations and shutdowns, the more people have been at home, more people have been isolated, more people have been compelled to be by themselves. And what that's created is a lot more cases of mental illness, a lot more cases of people lacking other people to be around and to discuss things and have conversations and human contact. What this can do is, as Councillor Croson said, it's a very easy way for someone to reach out, and when they have the need and there's someone that answers the phone, hopefully we can prevent a tragedy from happening.
Okay, questions? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just for clarification for the community, this is not about setting up our own 988 number here in Lethbridge, not being a city staffed department, correct?
This is writing letters of support for what the federal government is looking to create.
Excellent, thank you. Would you be amenable to a friendly amendment that would add both AUMA and FCM to the mayor's letter writing campaign in an effort to get additional municipalities on board?
I am always up for giving the mayor more work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor, or boy, I'll tell you what, I'll get this yet. Acting Mayor Croson and Councillor Miyashiro for bringing this forward. Now, I know that there's been a lot of comments on the 211 line in Alberta, and that's making its way across Canada and that's for mental health helpline. How does this differ? Do you know? And I haven't had the opportunity to touch base with our MP about this, but how does that change? Because I just watched a special there regarding the 211 line and how that is for suicide and other mental health services that's going to be coming across Canada. Is this working with that 988 and 211?
With the technology they have now, they could look at implementing them together. So you call one, you get both. That would be between the federal and provincial governments to figure out. What this is saying is that this is essential across the entire country. And then we would leave it to those jurisdictions to figure out the best way for it to work.
Yeah, and 211 is also set up to connect to services rather than be the service provider.
Councillor Hagan.
Nope, that's good. My hand should be down. Sorry.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward. The person on the other end of the line, that is just a trained professional from anywhere in Canada. There's no local component to it at all that you're aware of. I mean, we're just trying to set this up. Is that what I understand?
What I've seen from the American example is once it's started, they make it better. So they started with phones and then they went to texting, etc. So this is to get it started, to get it created. But think about how R311 works. You have somebody to answer questions and then they can direct your call. That is likely where it will either be created or will head to. So you'll get best of both. They will be able to manage it around. And the technology now would support that sort of stuff. Again, this isn't our project. This is the federal government's project. But when I see how it's been done in other places, certainly it can become even more once it's begun.
Because I seem to recall that Lethbridge had a dedicated suicide hotline in the city. Did it not? I mean, just anecdotally.
It's a
when
crisis.
I was a youth, it did, yes.
Yeah, but it's a crisis one. So they don't just handle suicide; they handle all kinds of crises.
Oh, okay. Does that still exist?
Yes.
As I said, there are ones like that. There's 1-800 numbers, etc. What this does, though, is that 1-800 number, you have to remember it or have it written down or something like that. This is doing the same thing as, there used to be the 10-digit emergency line that went to 911. This is giving you that simple 3-digit, which would be the same across the country. If you move, you're traveling, it's always the same.
So I would imagine that the crisis people in Lethbridge would be on board with this, that they could cooperate with a national-wide program, I would think.
Again, I don't have that information, but
No.
I can't think anybody who works in mental health would not want a better system in place.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions? We'll move on to debate. Who would like to start debate? Acting Mayor Croson?
Well, I think I gave a lot of my debate in the opening. This, as I said, is in support of what the federal government is doing. MP Harder sent the letter, and this is our response to provide a letter of support that we believe this is essential. As was mentioned, we know the pandemic has shown us where there's a lot of concerns in our mental health system, and it also has led to more mental health issues. And, we're dealing with multiple problems. As we get through the pandemic with vaccines, et cetera, we still have to deal with the mental health concerns. And this is one initiative that can help support that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miyashiro?
No, I'll close.
We are closing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, everything that Councillor Croson said, I think it's important for us to support this and support the development of this service. We don't know what that's going to look like. The technology can change. The telecommunication technology changes all the time. And this could be a national service with a local flair, as Councillor Crowson said, some kind of local connection. I think it's just incumbent upon Lethbridge City Council to endorse the concept and the initiative and to move forward from there.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is anyone opposed to this? Okay, unanimous in favor. Thank you. Okay, the written inquiries, the 311 data and cart relocation program, city manager will come back with the response in June. And there is a written response to the mail-in ballot issue. At this time, the provincial legislation doesn't permit it. Okay, council updates. Are there any council updates? Okay, we'll go to the closing resolutions. Okay, we have a resolution from Councillor Miyashiro, Omnibus Motion 10.1 and 10.3. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, documents, and presentations with respect to human resources matter and procurement matter remain confidential pursuant to sections 19, confidential evaluations, and 24, advice from officials, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Miyashiro.
Call the question.
Questions called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Next one, also from Councillor Miyashiro, COVID-19 relief request. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, documents, presentations with respect to COVID-19 relief request remain confidential pursuant to sections 23, local public body confidence, and 24, advice from officials, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that Council proceed with option 1 to approve the request for the waiver of the 2021 lease amount for the Lethbridge Curling Club in the amount of $119,300. Councillor Miyashiro.
Call the question.
Is anyone opposed?
Yes,
Mayor
Joe.
Spearman, is there no debate or anything on this? Or
No,
question?
these are the closed meeting resolutions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, Councillor Morrow is opposed. Any others opposed?
Again.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll do a quick roll call vote.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
In favor, was that?
That's
Councillor
correct, in
Parker?
favor.
Sorry. Can you repeat?
In favor?
Thank you.
In favor?
Acting
Thank
Mayor
you.
Crowson.
In favor.
The motion's carried 7-2.
Okay, thank you. And finally, we have a motion for adjournment from Councillor Higgin that we do now adjourn the regular meeting of City Council until June 1st, 2021.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thanks all. Take care.
Thanks.
Good.
Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Good night.
See you all.